I hope your day treated you kindly. What time is it where you are right now? Are you tuning in from a quiet suburb, a sleepless city, or maybe somewhere off the beaten path, where the nights feel just a little too still? Wherever you are in this strange, tangled world, you've found your way to Nighttime Stories, the place where we share the tales that drift through the dark and settle in your mind long after midnight. If this story stirs something in you, or if you just like to sit with the strange when the world goes quiet, consider subscribing. We're building a space for those who aren't afraid to look into the shadows and listen to what looks back. Now relax, and let's begin. The whole thing started with my 6-year-old niece, who spends a lot of time at my house here in Boulder. She is usually full of imagination and energy, but some of the things she has said recently have been so strange that I cannot just brush them off. It started when she told me about the tall man in the window. At first, I thought it was just a game she made up, or a way to entertain herself when she was bored. Kids have vivid imaginations, right? That was my first mistake. She described him as a tall figure who stands silently outside the window at night. She said he has scars on his hands and that he likes to stand behind my chair when I am sitting down. I remember laughing nervously when she told me this, trying to act casual and not let her see that her words were unsettling me. But it was hard to ignore the look in her eyes, the way she spoke as if he was real and waiting just outside the glass. One evening she was sitting at the kitchen table drawing pictures. She does that a lot, filling pages with colorful scenes and stick figures. But this time her drawings were different. She drew a tall, shadowy figure watching me while I sleep. The image was dark and detailed, with long fingers and eyes that seemed to follow the page. When I asked her about it, she said he wanted to play a game called Find the Key Before He Finds You. I did not know what to say. It sounded like something out of a nightmare, but coming from a child, it was all the more disturbing. I started paying more attention to the house at night. I kept the blinds closed and made sure the doors were locked, but sometimes I felt like I was being watched. The shadows seemed to stretch and move in ways that did not make sense. I told myself it was just my imagination, fueled by my niece's stories and drawings. But then, one night, a neighbor mentioned seeing a tall figure near my windows. They said it was always at night, standing silently just outside the glass. I was not sure if they were joking or trying to warn me, but the timing was too coincidental to ignore. The basement of the house had always been a place I barely went to. It was cold and dark, full of old boxes and forgotten things. But one day, while cleaning, I stumbled upon a door I never knew existed. It was hidden behind some shelves, locked tight and worn from years of neglect. I tried the handle, but it would not budge. The curiosity and unease I felt grew stronger. I called a locksmith to help me open the door. When it finally swung open, the sight inside made my blood run cold. The walls were covered in claw marks and handprints, all child-sized. It was like a secret prison or a forgotten room where someone had been trapped. I did not understand who could have made those marks, or why no one had told me about this door before. My niece's stories and drawings suddenly took on a new and terrifying meaning. The tall man with scars on his hands, the game of finding a key, the figure outside the windowsill was all connected to this hidden part of the house. I felt like I was unraveling a mystery that had been buried for years, one that involved a child and a presence I could not explain. Since then, I have been trying to make sense of everything. I keep a close eye on my niece and the house, listening for the knocking or tapping she says she hears from behind that locked door. I have started talking to neighbors more, piecing together what they know and what they have seen. The house feels different now, as if it holds secrets in every shadow and every creak. I am scared but determined to protect my niece and find out the truth. The tall man in the window is no longer just a story. He is a part of our lives, lurking in the shadows and waiting for the next move in a game I do not fully understand. But I know one thing: I will find that key before he finds us. It was hard to ignore the strange feeling that settled in the house after that first night my niece told me about the tall man. The way she described him, the scars on his hands, how he liked to stand behind my chair, kept replaying in my head. I told myself it was just a child's imagination, maybe influenced by a story she heard or a nightmare. But when she started drawing those pictures, things got a lot harder to dismiss. The drawings were dark and detailed, showing this tall figure looming over me while I slept, and little stick figures running or hiding. She said he wanted to play a game called Find the Key Before He Finds You, and it sounded like a twisted kind of hide and seek. I kept checking the windows and the front porch, making sure everything was locked. But sometimes, when the house was quiet, I felt watched. The shadows seemed longer and more menacing than usual. I caught myself peeking out the window late at night, expecting to see someone standing there, waiting. One night, I almost thought I did see a tall shape standing just beyond the porch light, but when I blinked, there was nothing. I started to wonder if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if there really was someone out there. Neighbors started to mention seeing things too, though none would talk about it openly. A few days after the drawings, one of them told me they had seen a tall figure near my windows at night. They said it did not come to every house, only to mine and maybe a couple of others nearby. It was strange how many people seemed to know something but pretended they did not. That added to the feeling of isolation, like I was stuck in a story that only I was reading. The basement door was another story altogether. I had never noticed it before, tucked behind old shelves and boxes. It was locked tight and looked like it had not been opened for years. When I finally got it unlocked, what I found inside was worse than I imagined. The walls were scratched and marked with claw marks, and there were handprints all over, small ones, the size of a child's hands. The air was stale and cold, the kind of cold that creeps into your bones. I did not want to be there alone, but I had to know what was behind that door. I started to wonder if the tall man my niece talked about was connected to this room. The scars on his hands, the way she described him standing behind it, all seemed linked. I asked my niece more questions, but she was vague, almost afraid. She said he watched me when I slept, and that the game was about finding the key to get out before he caught me. It sounded like something from a nightmare, but she spoke so calmly that it made me uneasy. I began to watch her more closely, trying to protect her without frightening her. Sometimes she would stare at the windows for long periods, or she would whisper to herself about the game and the key. I tried to distract her with toys and stories, but the tall man seemed to be always there in the background of her world. I felt helpless and scared, like I was failing to keep her safe from something I could not see or fight. My own sleep suffered. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for the knocks or taps my niece said she heard from behind the locked door. The house felt alive in a way that was not comforting. The shadows moved differently, and the silence was thick with unspoken things. I would check the basement door repeatedly, making sure it was locked, but I wondered how long it had been closed off and what had happened down there before I moved in. I started to talk to neighbors more, gently probing for stories or memories about the house. Some were reluctant, others shared small bits. They mentioned children who used to live here, stories of disappearances and strange noises. None said much directly, but the hints were there, like pieces of a puzzle I was only beginning to see. It was clear this house had a history, and that history was not clean or simple. One day, I found a small old key on the floor near the basement door. It was rusty and heavy, with a worn wooden handle. I had no idea where it came from. When I showed it to my niece, her eyes widened, and she whispered, "That's the key. You have to hide it, or he will find you." I realized then that the game was more real and dangerous than I wanted to admit. It was not just a child's story or a way to pass the time. It was a warning. The feeling of dread grew heavier as the days passed. I could not shake the sensation that the tall man was always near, watching, waiting. The house felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were closing in on me. I kept the key hidden, but I was afraid it was only a matter of time before the game started for me too. The line between reality and nightmare was blurring, and I was not sure where one ended and the other began. I began to wonder if I was losing my mind, or if there was truly something in the house with us. The scratches on the basement walls, the child-sized handprints, the stories my niece told all pointed to something real and terrifying. I did not know if I could protect her from it, or if I could even protect myself, but I knew I had to try. The game was not just a game anymore. It was a fight to keep us safe, to find the key before he found us. It was getting harder to pretend everything was normal. After my niece started talking more about the tall man and the game he wanted to play, I found myself watching every shadow in the house, waiting for something to happen. I told myself it was just her imagination running wild, but deep down, I could not shake the feeling that something was wrong. When she described the scars on his hands, how he liked to stand behind my chair, and that he was always watching while I slept, it felt too specific and too real to ignore. The drawings she made haunted me. Each one showed the tall figure looming over the house or standing silently behind the furniture. There were even pictures of small keys, some hidden and some glowing, like they were important to finding a way out or keeping safe. When I asked her about the key, she said it was the only thing that could protect us, and we had to find it before he found us. It was chilling to hear those words from a 6-year-old, and I felt powerless to help. I started paying closer attention to the house at night. I kept the blinds drawn and the lights on as much as possible. Sometimes when I was in the kitchen or living room, I would catch a glimpse of something moving just out of sight, a tall shadow slipping past a window, or a figure standing quietly at the edge of the porch light. It was always gone by the time I turned to look. My heart would race, and I would tell myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but the unease lingered. Neighbors had been quiet about it until recently. A few approached me with stories of seeing a tall figure near my windows late at night. They said it only came to certain houses, and mine was one of them. I was struck by how many people knew about it but chose to stay silent. It felt like a secret, shared only in whispers and glances. The weight of that silence made me feel even more isolated in this strange situation. The basement door, hidden behind old boxes and shelves, became the center of my worry. I had not noticed it before, and its presence felt like a secret the house was keeping from me. When I finally got it unlocked and opened, the sight inside was terrifying. The walls were covered in claw marks and handprints, all small like a child's. The air was thick and cold, and the shadows seemed to stretch longer in that cramped space. It was like a prison or hiding place, and I could not understand why no one had told me about it. The connection between the basement and the tall man became clearer with each passing day. My niece's stories, the scars on his hands, the way she said he watched me sleep it, all pointed to something trapped or waiting behind that locked door. I became obsessed with protecting her and myself, always looking for that key she talked about. I hid it carefully, but the fear that it might not be enough was always present. Sleep became rare and restless. I would wake in the middle of the night, heart pounding, listening for the tapping or knocking she said came from the basement. The house felt alive in a way I could not explain, filled with whispers and shifting shadows. I tried to tell myself it was just stress in my imagination, but the evidence was too much to ignore. The house had secrets, and it was refusing to let them go. I spent more time with neighbors, asking questions gently, trying to piece together the history of the house. Some spoke of children who lived here long ago, others of strange noises and disappearances. The stories were fragmented, half forgotten, but they painted a picture of a place marked by sadness and mystery. I felt like I was living in the middle of a story I did not understand, caught between past and present. The tall man's presence felt stronger at times, like he was testing the boundaries, watching how I reacted. My niece would sometimes freeze, staring at a corner of the room where nothing was visible, and whisper, "He's here." I wanted to hold her close, to shield her from whatever this was. But I felt powerless. The game of finding the key before he finds us was no longer just her imagination. It was real, and the stakes felt terrifyingly high. I thought about calling for help, but feared that no one would believe me, that they would think I was overreacting or imagining things. The house, the tall man, the basement door, all of it felt like a secret I was forced to carry alone. The isolation was suffocating. I tried to stay strong for my niece, but some nights I felt overwhelmed and desperate. In those moments, I would sit with her, holding her small hand, and tell her that we would find a way through the game, that we would find the key and be safe. Her eyes, wide and trusting, gave me a sliver of hope. I promised her that I would not let the tall man win, that I would protect her no matter what. The mystery of the locked door and the claw marks lingered in my mind. Who or what had left them there? How long had it been hidden? The house felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for me to uncover its secrets. I knew I had to find the key, not just for the game, but to finally understand what was happening in the shadows of my home. The nights were the hardest. After my niece talked more about the game and the tall man watching me, sleep became something I could only grasp in fleeting moments. The house felt heavier, like the walls themselves held memories I could not reach, secrets I was not meant to know. I started to keep a notebook by my bed, writing down every sound, every shadow, every odd feeling. It was a way to hold on to some kind of control when everything else felt so uncertain. My niece's drawings kept evolving. They were darker now, more detailed. The tall man was always there, his scarred hands reaching out, his eyes wide and empty. She drew the basement door too, the one we found locked and covered in claw marks and small handprints. She said it was where he waited, where the game really began. Sometimes she would whisper about the key, how it was hidden and how we had to find it before the man found us. I could see the fear in her eyes, but also a strange determination. I tried to shield her from the fear, but I was scared too. The tall man's presence was impossible to ignore. I started hearing noises at night, soft tapping, dragging sounds, and sometimes whispers so faint I thought I might be dreaming. I checked every window and door, locking and double locking, but the sense of being watched never left me. The house felt alive in a way that was not comforting. Neighbors began to share more stories, some hesitant, others with a knowing look. They spoke of shadows seen from their windows, unexplained noises, and a figure that moved silently around the houses at night. Some believed it was the spirit of a child lost long ago. Others thought it was something darker. The house and the neighborhood seemed tied together in a web of old secrets and half-forgotten tales. I became obsessed with finding the key. I searched the house from top to bottom, looking behind furniture, inside drawers, even in the garden. My niece helped sometimes, pointing out places she thought were important, or where the tall man might be hiding something. We never found it, but the search became a way to fight back, a way to reclaim some power over the fear that gripped us. One afternoon, I decided to explore the basement again. The air was cold and damp, the walls lined with old pipes and peeling paint. I shone a flashlight around, looking for anything unusual. The claw marks and handprints covered a section of the wall near the locked door. The marks were deep, almost as if someone had tried to claw their way out. I wondered how long ago they had been made, and what stories they could tell if walls could speak. I noticed something else that day, a faint smell, like something burnt mixed with damp earth, lingering near the door. It was faint but distinct, and it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I could not explain it, but it felt like a warning or a sign. I stepped back and took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. That night the knocking started again, soft and slow at first, then growing louder. It was not just at 2:47 anymore. It happened at odd times, sometimes multiple times a night. My niece clung to me, whispering about the game and the key. I tried to comfort her, telling her I would keep her safe, but the fear was real and deep, and I felt it too. I began to wonder if the tall man was not just watching us, but trying to communicate. The game, the key, the drawings, it felt like a message I could not fully understand. I tried talking to him silently, hoping to reach whatever was there, hoping to find a way to end the fear. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the corner of my eye, fleeting and quick, like a shadow slipping away. My own dreams became strange and unsettling. I would dream of being chased through dark hallways and locked doors, searching desperately for a key that kept slipping through my fingers. The tall man was always there, his eyes wide and empty, waiting patiently. I would wake up gasping for air, the fear lingering long after I opened my eyes. I knew I could not keep living like this. The house was no longer just a place to live, it was a battleground. I needed to find answers, to find the key, and to protect my niece. The stories, the drawings, the marks on the walls, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was determined to solve. One day, while searching the attic, I found an old, dusty box filled with papers and photographs. Among them was a faded journal belonging to a child who had lived in the house decades ago. The entries spoke of loneliness, fear, and a strange figure that haunted the nights. The child wrote about a game and a key, about being trapped and trying to escape. Reading those words sent a chill through me. It was like the past was reaching out, telling its story through time. I shared the journal with my niece, hoping it might help her understand or find comfort. She listened quietly and then hugged me tightly. For the first time in weeks, I saw a flicker of peace in her eyes. Maybe, just maybe, we were not alone in this. The search for the key continues. I do not know where it is or what it truly unlocks, but I am not giving up. The tall man is still there, still watching, but I am stronger now. I am learning to face the shadows, to listen to the stories they tell, and to fight for the safety of the child who talks to the shadows and the family caught in their grasp. I could feel the weight of everything pressing down on me as the days passed. The tall man, the game, the locked basement door with its claw marks and handprints, all of it felt like a dark cloud hanging over our lives. My niece's stories grew more vivid and unsettling, and I struggled to keep my own fear in check for her sake. Some nights, she would wake crying, whispering about how the man was getting closer, how the game was starting, and how we needed to find the key quickly. I held her tightly, telling her that I would protect her, even though deep inside, I felt like I was losing control. I began spending more time in the basement, trying to understand what the locked door really meant. The room beyond was cold and damp, and the air felt thick with history and something else I could not explain. The claw marks on the walls told a story of desperation and fear, and the child-sized handprints made me imagine a trapped little person reaching out for help. I could not shake the feeling that this place was connected to the tall man my niece saw, as if his presence was tied to whatever happened in this hidden part of the house. I started searching for the key obsessively. Every nook and cranny of the house was examined, drawers opened, floorboards tapped, even the garden searched. My niece joined in, her small hands pointing to places that felt important to her, places where the tall man might hide the key or watch us from. We never found it, but the search gave us something to focus on besides the fear. It became a small act of rebellion against the unknown. Some neighbors shared stories that made my blood run cold. They spoke of children who had vanished or been taken long ago, of strange noises and shadows that haunted the neighborhood. One elderly woman told me about a family who lived in the house decades before, a family that had lost a child under mysterious circumstances. The details were vague, but the connection was there. It felt like the past was bleeding into the present, like the house held memories too painful to forget. I started keeping a detailed journal, documenting every strange occurrence and every word my niece said about the game and the tall man. Writing it down helped me make sense of the chaos. I noticed patterns, the times when the tapping started, the places where shadows lingered longest, the way my niece's drawings changed. It was like piecing together a puzzle with missing pieces, hoping to see the bigger picture before it was too late. Sleep was a rare luxury. The house was alive with sounds I could not explain, the creaks of settling wood, the soft scraping of nails on walls, the faint whispers that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere. I would lie awake, heart pounding, listening for the knocks that my niece said came from the basement door. Some nights, The tapping was frantic, as if someone was trying desperately to escape. Other nights, it was slow and steady, like a heartbeat. I found myself talking to the tall man, even though I was not sure if he was real or just a part of the darkness. I would whisper promises to protect my niece, to find the key, to end the game. Sometimes I thought I saw a flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, a shadow retreating, a pair of eyes watching silently. It was both terrifying and strangely comforting, like a fragile connection between two worlds. The relationship between my niece and the tall man was strange and complicated. She was both afraid of him and fascinated. She told me about conversations they had, about how he was lonely and wanted to play but did not know how to join the living. She said he was sad and sometimes angry, but he never hurt her. It was a confusing mixture of fear and empathy that I struggled to understand. I reached out to a local historian who specialized in the neighborhood's past. She shared records and stories that confirmed some of the things I had heard from neighbors. The house had a dark history, with reports of disappearances and strange occurrences dating back decades. The locked basement door, she told me, was rumored to hide secrets that many preferred to forget. It was as if the house itself was a keeper of untold stories. The pressure of all these discoveries and fears began to wear on me. I felt exhausted and overwhelmed, caught between protecting my niece and uncovering the truth. I worried that the tall man's presence was growing stronger, that the game was closing in. The key felt like the only hope, a way to break free from the cycle of fear. One evening, while helping my niece with a drawing, she suddenly stopped and pointed to a spot on the page. "There," she said quietly. "The key is there." It was a simple sketch of the basement door with a small glowing shape next to it. I took it as a sign and decided to search that area again, this time more thoroughly. We moved boxes, lifted floorboards, and checked every crack around the doorframe. Finally, hidden beneath a loose floorboard, I found an old, rusty key. It was heavy in my hand, cold and worn. Holding it, I felt a mix of relief and dread. This key might unlock the basement door, but what waited behind it was still unknown. That night, I sat with my niece and told her that we had found the key. Her eyes lit up with a mix of hope and fear. We made a plan to open the door together, knowing that it was a step into the unknown, but also a chance to end the game. We promised to watch out for each other and to face whatever was there with courage. As I write this, the key lies on the kitchen table, and the basement door remains locked. We are preparing ourselves for what comes next. I do not know what we will find or how it will change everything. But I know that we are not alone, and that the game, the tall man, and the secrets of the house are part of a story we are only beginning to understand. The key sat heavy in my hand as I stood before the locked basement door. It was the moment I had been dreading and anticipating all at once. My niece's small fingers wrapped tightly around mine, her eyes wide but resolute. The game we had spoken about so many times was no longer just in her drawings or whispered words. It was real. It was happening now. I took a deep breath and slid the key into the rusty lock. It turned with a creak that echoed through the quiet house like a distant warning. The door swung open to reveal a narrow, dark stairwell descending into cold, musty air. The basement beyond was dimly lit by a single bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long shadows that danced on the walls. The claw marks and child-sized handprints were even more chilling up close. The walls seemed to close in around us as we stepped inside, the silence broken only by the soft tapping of our footsteps. I held my niece close, feeling the warmth of her small body against mine, steadying both of us. She whispered about the tall man waiting in the shadows, watching us, and I could feel his presence in the room like a cold breath on my neck. The basement was filled with old furniture, forgotten toys, and dusty boxes, but the sense of something unseen lurking was overwhelming. We moved carefully, searching for any sign of the key's purpose, or what the game really meant. In a far corner, behind a stack of broken crates, we found an old wooden chest, locked and heavy with age. My heart pounded as I slid the key into its lock. It fit perfectly. The chest creaked open to reveal worn papers, faded photographs, and a small, tattered doll with one missing eye. The photographs showed a little girl playing in the yard, her smile bright but eyes sad, and a tall man with scarred hands standing nearby, always watching. As I sifted through the contents, I realized we had uncovered the story behind the tall man and the locked door. The girl in the photos was the child who had been trapped in the basement years ago, and the tall man was someone who had watched over her, or perhaps kept her there. The game of finding the key was a plea for freedom, a desperate hope to escape the darkness that had held her captive. My niece clung to the doll, her small voice trembling as she asked if the tall man was still there. I told her that sometimes people and memories stay in places long after they are gone, but that we had found the key to unlock the past and bring light into the shadows. It was a beginning, a way to end the fear and the waiting. Over the next days, I worked to bring the basement into the light, clearing out the old and forgotten, turning the space from a place of fear into one of remembrance. I contacted local historians and community members to learn more about the family who had lived here before, and to honor the memory of the child who had suffered. It was a painful process, but one filled with healing. My niece's fear gradually eased as she understood more about the story and saw the changes we made. The tall man no longer appeared in her drawings or whispered in the night. The game was over, and with it, the shadow that had hung over our lives began to lift. The house felt lighter, filled with the warmth of hope and new beginnings. Looking back, I realize how fragile the line between past and present can be, and how the stories we uncover can shape our understanding of the world around us. The child who talked to the shadows was never truly alone, and neither was I. Together, we found the courage to face the darkness and the strength to bring the light back into the house. If you ever find yourself haunted by the unknown or caught in a game you do not understand, remember that there is always a key, sometimes hidden, sometimes lost, but waiting to be found. And sometimes the bravest thing we can do is turn the lock and open the door. I first saw her on a Tuesday. It was early, probably 5:30 in the morning. I'd gotten in the habit of waking up before the kids, not to be productive, but because I liked the quiet. There's this weird, weightless window of time before the rest of the world kicks on. No emails, no cartoons, no toast burning in the background, just stillness. That morning, I poured myself a cup of coffee and stood at the kitchen window like I always do, looking out over the backyard. That's when I noticed her, just standing there at the back fence. Our yard backs up to a small patch of woods, Nothing dense, just a few skinny trees, some brush, the occasional squirrel. Between the yard and the trees is an old wooden fence about shoulder height. It was here when we moved in. Nothing fancy, just enough to say this part is ours. She was standing on the other side of it, not in the woods, but right at the edge, perfectly still, hands at her sides, wearing what looked like a long coat or maybe a dress, dark brown, like something you'd wear to a church service in the fall. At first I figured she was just passing through, maybe someone's lost aunt, or a neighbor cutting across the woods to get somewhere faster. But she didn't move, didn't fidget, didn't seem cold, just stood there, facing the house. She was too far away to make out her expression, but I could tell she wasn't watching the trees or looking around. She was looking straight at our window, at me. I didn't wave or say anything, just stood there with my coffee, watching her, trying to figure out if I should call someone or open the back door. But I didn't want to wake anyone else up, and honestly, I wasn't even sure what I'd report. Eventually, the sky started to brighten. Not full sunrise, but that soft gray blue that means morning's on the way. I looked down to check the time, 5:42, and when I looked up again, she was gone. No rustling, no footsteps, just gone. I stepped outside and looked around, but the woods were still. The grass was wet with dew, no footprints. Weird, but not alarming. Not yet. The next morning, she was back. Same time, 5:30 on the dot. Different outfit this time, a pale green blouse with a tan skirt that hit just below the knee. Her hair was down, neatly combed, almost too neat for that early in the morning. Again, she stood there without moving, just watching the house. This time, I stepped out onto the porch. I didn't go down the steps, just stood there and stared back at her. I thought maybe she'd wave, or speak, or do anything to make this make sense. But she didn't react. She didn't even blink. I raised a hand halfway, not quite a wave, more like a cautious hello, and she still didn't move. When I called out, "Can I help you?" her head tilted just slightly to the right, like she was studying me or recognizing me. That was the moment I felt the first real thread of unease. Not fear, not yet, but something that made me step back into the house without fully realizing I'd done it. I watched her through the window again, waiting to see if she'd leave, or at least shift her weight. She didn't. And just like the day before, as the light started creeping in, she was gone. I told my wife about her that night. Jen laughed at first. "You've got a little fan club forming," she said. But when I told her how long the woman had stood there, how she didn't move or speak, her smile faded. "You think she's homeless?" Jen asked. "Maybe," I said. "But she looks too, put together. Her clothes are always clean, hair brushed. She doesn't have a bag or anything. It's weird." "Should we call someone?" I shrugged. "She's not on our property." That's what I kept coming back to. She wasn't doing anything technically wrong. She was just there. And the next morning, she was there again. 5:30 sharp. This time she wore a red sweater, same length skirt as the day before. Her shoes were always flats, modest, practical, like she dressed for a very specific kind of appointment every day. I stepped outside again. This time, I walked all the way down to the edge of the yard. She didn't move. I stood about 10 feet from her, only the fence between us. Up close, she looked even more ordinary. Early 50s, maybe. No visible scars or dirt. No signs of injury. Her eyes were pale, almost colorless in the dawn light. "Why are you here?" I asked. She blinked, once, maybe twice, then said in a quiet, even voice, "I used to live here." Her tone wasn't angry, wasn't sad, just matter of fact. I didn't know what to say. I waited, thinking she'd explain, tell me she grew up here, or that she was confused, but she didn't. She just said, "He said I could come back when I'm ready." I asked, "Who?" But she didn't answer. She turned her head slightly to the left, like she was listening to something deep in the woods, then back at me. And then, as the sky began to brighten, she turned and walked into the trees. No rush, no fear. Just left. That was the first time I felt afraid. Not because of what she did, but because of how calm it all was. That kind of calm only comes from believing you belong somewhere. And I couldn't shake the feeling that she thought she still did. She didn't come the next morning. I got up early, like usual, still groggy from staying up too late reading the same news stories on my phone. I stood at the kitchen window with my coffee, watching the fence line. 5:30 came and went. Nothing. Just dew on the grass and the slow crawl of morning light through the trees. I waited longer than I'd like to admit. At 6, I stepped out onto the porch, half expecting to see her walk out from behind a tree like she'd been hiding there the whole time. But no. The yard was still. The woods were quiet. And I told myself I should be relieved. But I wasn't. All day, I couldn't stop thinking about her. Not in an obsessive way, at least not at first. Just a quiet itch at the back of my mind, like a riddle I hadn't solved. Who was she? What did she mean by he said, "I could come back when I'm ready"? I checked the county records online during nap time. Our house was built in the early 90s, 2 owners before us. A couple with no kids, and before that a family who'd been here since it was first constructed. Their name was Riddick. I didn't find any mention of a woman, no news articles, no obituaries, just sales records and mortgage info. That night, after we put the kids to bed, I brought it up to Jen again, told her what the woman had said. "She told you she used to live here?" she asked. "Yeah, and that someone told her she could come back, when she's ready." Jen frowned. "That sounds like, I don't know, like something out of a movie." I nodded. She wasn't threatening. She was just there, like she belonged. We sat with that for a minute. "You think she's confused?" Jen asked. "Maybe, or she thinks we're the ones in the wrong. Should we call the cops?" "She hasn't trespassed." We left it there, but I could tell Jen was worried now. Not just about the woman about me, the way I was talking, the way I couldn't let it go. The next morning, I woke up even earlier. 5:15. I didn't even make coffee. I just stood in the dark kitchen watching the yard. My eyes had adjusted to the gray light enough that I could see the tree line clearly. At 5:30, like clockwork, she was there. Same posture, same stillness, different clothes. This time it was a navy blue sweater with pearl buttons and a floral skirt. Her hands were folded in front of her, not at her sides like before. Her hair was pulled back. She looked neater somehow, more formal. I didn't go outside. I just stood behind the glass, hidden in the shadows, watching her. She didn't move, didn't blink. I checked the time again, 5:35, 5:40. She still hadn't moved. But I started to notice something. Her gaze wasn't just directed at the house anymore. It was angled upward, toward the second floor, toward the kid's window. That did something to me, something sharp. I pulled the curtains shut. I went upstairs and checked on them, both asleep, both safe. The room was quiet, nothing unusual. But when I came back down and looked outside again, she was gone. That's when I called the non-emergency police line. I told them there was a woman standing at our back fence every morning at the same time, that she wasn't threatening us, but she was watching, that she said something strange about having lived here. The officer on the phone sounded tired, polite, but detached. He said unless she stepped onto our property or made some kind of verbal threat, there wasn't much they could do. If you can get a photo or video of her, that might help, he added. But standing on the other side of a fence doesn't really qualify as harassment. That was that. I tried to explain it to Jen that night. She was looking at the kid's window. Jen's face tightened. "Are you sure?" She wasn't looking at me. I know what I saw. She didn't argue, but she didn't say much after that either. Just nodded and started picking up toys from the living room floor like it was any other night. But the next morning, she woke up with me. She stood beside me at the window, both of us wrapped in our robes, silent. At 5:30, the woman was there again. Different outfit, white blouse, pale gray skirt, same flats. This time, she was holding something. A piece of paper. She didn't wave it or lift it high, just held it loosely at her side like a school teacher carrying a lesson plan. I reached for my phone and zoomed in through the window. The picture came out blurry, useless. The low light didn't help. Jen said, "What is that?" And I said, "I don't know." And before we could say anything else, the woman slowly lifted her free hand and pointed at the house. Not the upstairs window. The kitchen. Right at us. Then she turned and walked back into the trees. Jen stepped away from the window. "I want you to talk to someone," she said. "I am talking to someone. You." "No," she said. "A professional." That stung. I didn't respond. She put her hand on my arm. "I believe you. I'm not saying this isn't real, but you're getting obsessed. You're not sleeping. You're jumping at shadows. I'm trying to keep us safe." "I know," she said, "but it's starting to feel like she's not the problem anymore." That hurt more than I wanted to admit. I told her I'd drop it, but I didn't. The next morning I was out there before 5. I brought a folding chair and sat at the edge of the lawn with a flashlight and a thermos full of coffee, like I was on some kind of stakeout. I didn't care how it looked. I wanted to be close enough to see her face clearly, to ask her why. At 5:29 I felt it. That subtle shift in the air, like a curtain lifting. And there she was, right on time. Only this time she wasn't standing. She was kneeling, hands clasped, head bowed, like she was praying. She was kneeling. I didn't move. She stayed like that for 6, maybe 7 minutes, perfectly still, head bowed, hands pressed together, knees sunk into the soft ground just beyond the fence. She didn't flinch, didn't look up, didn't react when I turned on the flashlight and aimed it directly at her face. It was like I wasn't even there. And that, somehow, was worse than if she'd acknowledged me. She rose slowly at 5:43 and walked back into the woods, disappearing behind the same clump of trees as before. By the time I stood up, my coffee was cold. I didn't tell Jen that day. I was already towing the line between concerned and concerning. I knew it. She knew it. Every time I brought it up, I could see that flicker behind her eyes, that little "I'm worried about you" look. So I didn't say anything. I just went about the day like normal, changed a diaper, made toast, folded laundry, rewatched the same episode of Bluey for the 4th time. But my mind stayed fixed on her. Why had she knelt? Why now? Was it ritual? Was it a signal? The next morning, I was back out there before 5 again. Folding chair, thermos, flashlight. This time I brought my phone on a tripod, facing the woods, recording. At 5:29, nothing happened. At 5:30, still nothing. 5:31, 5:32. She stepped out from the trees like she'd never left, walking slowly like she'd been underwater. Different outfit again, light blue dress with tiny white buttons. Her hair was up in a low bun. She didn't kneel this time, just stood with her hands at her sides. But she was closer. A step or two, maybe. Not much. But I knew. I felt it. I turned the flashlight on and aimed it toward her again, and this time I saw her face clearly. It wasn't blank. Not expressionless. She looked sad. Not weeping, not dramatic. Just this quiet, heavy sadness that settled into her features like it had always been there. And then she smiled. Barely. Just the corners of her mouth tugging up like a memory she didn't trust. Then she lifted her hand. Not waving. Pointing. Upstairs again. At the kid's window. I stood. "What do you want?" I asked. She tilted her head. I stepped closer. "Why are you here?" She didn't answer. "Who told you you could come back?" This time she did respond. Her voice was barely audible, calm, almost like a lullaby. "You'll remember soon." I froze. What does that mean? But she was already turning, walking away, slow and unbothered, her pale dress catching the morning light in a way that made it glow. Back into the trees. Gone. When I checked my phone, the recording had stopped halfway through. Storage full. Even though I'd cleared it the night before. I deleted everything, cleared the cache, emptied the trash, reset the camera app. The space wouldn't free up. I ran a factory reset. Still said, storage full. The video was gone, but the space it occupied stayed. That day, I couldn't stop checking the windows. Every reflective surface made me jump. A flash of movement across the lawn, a bird in the brush, a neighbor walking their dog. It all felt too loud, too fast. Like the world was spinning just a little harder around me than it was for everyone else. That night, Jen found me sitting at the kitchen table with the lights off, just staring into the backyard. "You're doing it again," she said gently. I saw her face today. Jen sighed and pulled out a chair. "Do you think maybe she's part of your past? Something you've forgotten?" I looked at her. "Why would you say that?" She hesitated. "You keep saying things like it's personal, like she's here for you." "She is." She pointed at the kid's window. "She told me I'd remember." Jen was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what happened the year before we moved here?" I blinked. "What?" "Do you remember what happened in May the year before we moved?" I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. I couldn't remember. Not clearly. Just flashes, boxes, a hospital, a quiet room with a window that didn't open. But those were dreams. They felt like dreams. Jen touched my hand. "You got help. You're okay now. But maybe something's getting stirred up again." "She's real." "I believe that you believe that." "No, Jen, she's real." "Okay," she said. Not agreeing, not disagreeing. Just trying to keep the peace. She went to bed not long after. I stayed downstairs. I pulled out every photo album we had, every storage bin, every moving box from the garage. I dug through them until my hands were covered in dust and old paper cuts. Looking for what? I didn't know. Something, anything, a clue, a name. And then I found it. In a manila envelope at the bottom of a box, labeled Old Mail. An envelope addressed to me from a rehab center 3 counties over. I didn't remember going there. But it had my name, my signature, a discharge date, exactly 1 year before we moved into this house. Inside was a thank you note. Not from the center, from someone named L. Written in shaky blue pen. "I hope this place gives you peace. You deserve it more than I do. I'll wait as long as it takes." No last name. No return address. Just L. I stared at it until the sun started to rise. I looked out the window. She was already there. She was there when the sun came up. same place, same stillness. But everything felt different now. I stood at the window, envelope in one hand, coffee forgotten on the counter behind me. I didn't wake Jen. I didn't move. I just stared out at her and tried to line her up with the words on the paper in my hand. I'll wait as long as it takes. That was what the note said. And now here she was. Had she waited? I tried to remember, really remember anything about someone named Elle, but nothing came. No face, no moment, just that constant sense of almost, like a song you can hum but not name. The woman stood like she always did, hands folded, posture straight, eyes fixed on the house. She wore a pale yellow sweater today, tucked into a brown skirt with pleats. Her shoes were the same, always the same, and her hair was down again. It looked familiar. I stepped away from the window and pulled the curtain closed. I didn't know what scared me more, that she was watching us, or that some part of me might have invited her. The kids were up by then. I made breakfast like normal, or tried to. Toast burned. I poured juice into a coffee mug by mistake. Jen noticed, but didn't say anything. She watched me from across the kitchen, waiting to see if I'd bring it up. I didn't. After breakfast, I went out to the garage and found an old trail camera we'd bought back when we thought we were going to become one of those hiking families. I mounted it in the tree closest to the back fence and angled it down. Motion activated, night vision, should have been enough to catch something. Just in case. Just so I'd have proof. That night, I lay awake for hours. My mind kept circling the same drain. Who was she? What did I forget? Had we met before? Had I promised her something? Had I hurt her? Or worse, had I loved her? The next morning, I didn't go outside. I stayed inside, lights off, curtains cracked just enough to see. She came at 5:30. Same spot. New clothes. White blouse, dark green skirt. But something was different. She wasn't looking at the house. She was looking at me. Not at the window, not at the upstairs room. At me. She met my eyes through the sliver in the curtain and just stood there, blinking slow, like she'd been waiting for me to really see her. I wanted to go out there, but I didn't. I don't know if it was fear or guilt, or maybe both. My hand was on the doorknob, but I stayed still. At 5:46, she turned and left. That afternoon, I checked the trail cam. The screen said, motion detected, 5:31 a.m. I opened the clip. There was nothing. No figure, no movement, just a 30-second shot of an empty yard, the fence, the woods behind it, quiet, still. No woman. No proof. I stared at it, trying to make sense of the footage. Did I aim the camera wrong? Did something glitch? But I knew what I saw. She'd been there. I put the trail cam back in the garage. That night, I sat on the porch alone with a blanket over my lap and a flashlight in one hand. I watched the tree line like it owed me answers. I didn't sleep. I didn't blink for long. At 5:28, I heard it. a soft shuffle in the leaves. And then she was there. Not walking out of the woods this time. Just appearing. Like she'd always been standing there and the world had finally caught up. I stood slowly. Walked to the fence. She didn't move. Up close, she looked tired, not disheveled, just worn. Her eyes weren't threatening, they weren't demanding, they were asking. I cleared my throat. "What's your name?" She tilted her head. "You used to know it." "I don't." A soft smile. "Not yet." "You keep coming here, why?" She looked up at the house. "Because he said I could." "Who's he?" "You." I swallowed. "I never said that." "You did, a long time ago." I took a step back. My voice was shaking now. "You can't be here." "I know." She looked down at her hands. "But I don't have anywhere else to be." We stood like that for a while. She never crossed the fence. And eventually, like always, she turned and walked into the woods. Jen was waiting in the doorway when I came back in. She didn't say anything. She just pulled me into a hug and held on longer than usual. The next day I made an appointment. A therapist. Someone new. Someone who wouldn't start the conversation with "How long has it been since your last visit?" I didn't tell them about the woman right away. I started slow. Just talked about the unease, the guilt I couldn't place, the memory gaps, the feeling that something was waiting for me to catch up to it. We talked about my past treatment, about the breakdown, the hospitalization, the weeks I didn't remember. They told me it was okay. That forgetting is sometimes what the brain needs to survive. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I agreed. Because whatever I'd forgotten, it hadn't forgotten me. That night, I went back through the mail again. Every envelope, every piece of paper, every scribbled note in every old notebook we still had stuffed into drawers. And I found another one. Different handwriting this time. Smaller, tighter. Just 3 lines, written in pencil on the inside of a greeting card that said, "Thinking of you" on the front. He told me to wait here. He said this would be home. I don't know how long that means. It wasn't addressed to anyone, but I knew who it was from, and I knew who it was for. The next morning, I didn't wait for her. I woke up late, slept through my alarm. Jen let me sleep in, which she never does, especially on weekdays. When I finally rolled out of bed, the kids were already halfway through their cereal, and the sun was pouring in through the back windows like nothing had ever been wrong. I went to the kitchen window without even thinking, the way you reach for your phone first thing, and stopped when I realized I'd missed it. She was gone. If she'd come, I hadn't seen her. There was no note, no trace, no impression in the grass near the fence. Just an empty yard, and the distant sound of a lawnmower from 2 houses down. But that didn't bring relief. It brought something else. A hollow, buzzing weight in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to show up for something I didn't know I agreed to. Jen asked me how I was feeling that afternoon. We were standing in the garage, the door open, kids riding scooters in lazy loops down the driveway. I shrugged. "Better," I said, "just tired." She handed me a folded sheet of paper. "I found this in the laundry room. It was tucked behind the dryer." I opened it carefully. Notebook paper, lined, torn at the edge, same tight handwriting as the card. This one was longer. He said not to knock, said the house was fragile now, said they wouldn't understand yet. I promised to wait where it's safe, where I used to sit before everything broke. I remember the fence. I remember the light in the kitchen. I remember his hands shaking. I read it twice, then folded it again and tucked it into my back pocket. Jen didn't ask what it said. She just looked at me, like she already knew. And maybe she did. That night, I sat outside again, no chair, just the grass beneath me, damp and cool, like the earth wanted to remind me I was still part of it. She didn't come at 5:30 or 5:40, but at 5:52 I felt her. Before I saw her, that same shift in the air, that hush, that invisible thread pulling the space between us tight. When I looked up, she was already there. Closer now. Maybe 3 feet from the fence. Not kneeling, not standing straight, just leaning slightly forward, like she was tired, or like she didn't want to scare me. She wore a light gray sweater buttoned up to her throat, long black skirt, hair in a low bun, pale hands folded in front of her like she was waiting her turn to speak. "Your letters," I said. She nodded. "Why did you leave them?" "To remind you." "Of what?" "That I was here, that I still am." I felt something slide into place behind my ribs. A quiet truth. I rubbed my hands together. Did I know you?" She tilted her head. "You do." "I don't remember." "You will." "Were we," I started, then stopped. The word tasted wrong. "I don't know," I said instead. "I don't know what's real anymore." She took a small step forward, just enough that I could see her more clearly. Her face was soft, no makeup, no lines that didn't belong. She looked like someone I should have known. Someone whose photo I might have glanced past in a forgotten album. "You said I could come back when I was ready," she said. "When was that?" "You didn't know at the time." "What did I say exactly?" She closed her eyes. "You said, when I get better, when things are safe again, you can come back," and I waited. I felt the air thicken around me. My legs felt rooted to the earth, like I couldn't have stood even if I wanted to. "You never came inside," I said. "I promised I wouldn't." "You kept that promise." She smiled, and for a moment I felt something warm, familiar. Like I'd seen that smile before, across a table, or in a hospital room, or in a photo that got thrown away. I swallowed hard. Are you real?" Her smile didn't change. "You're asking the wrong question." "What's the right one?" She paused, then said softly, "Why did you forget me?" I felt dizzy. "I don't know." She stepped closer. "I think you needed to. I think you had to let me go, but you didn't know how, so you pushed it down until it stopped knocking. I didn't mean to. I know." I sat in silence, the morning cold starting to settle into my skin. Behind us, the trees were starting to shift color, the edges of fall creeping in. She looked at the house. "Is it different now?" "Yes," I said. "Better?" "Sometimes." She nodded. "I'm sorry I scared you." "You didn't," I said. But we both knew that wasn't true. "You're not coming back again, are you?" I asked. "No." "Because I remember now." "No," she said, "because you're not mine anymore." I didn't know what to say to that. She stepped back, and for the first time she smiled fully. No sadness, no questions, just a quiet goodbye that didn't need to be spoken. Then she turned and walked into the woods, and this time I didn't feel afraid, because I knew she wasn't lost. She was done waiting. I sat in the grass until the sun came up. When Jen came outside with a blanket draped over her arm and 2 mugs in her hands, I looked up at her and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Here, present, unburied. I took the coffee. She sat next to me. Neither of us said anything. We didn't need to. Inside my pocket, the letter stayed folded, still warm. And for the first time, it didn't feel like a secret. She didn't come back after that morning. I watched for her, of course. The first few days, I still got up early, still sat in the kitchen with the lights off, watching the tree line like I always did, but the fence stayed empty. The woods were still, and a strange thing started to happen. I missed her. Not in a literal way. I wasn't longing for her to return, or for the things she said, or the eerie quiet that came with her presence. I missed the weight of her, the tension, the way her presence had pointed me toward something I didn't want to face until I had no choice. Now that she was gone, there was nothing between me and the truth. And it was quiet. Too quiet at first. For a few days, I wandered the house like I was waiting for something to snap back into place. Jen kept her distance, gently. She didn't press. She just stayed nearby, bringing me coffee, checking in with her eyes more than her words. I think she knew I was finally facing something I'd kept buried long enough to forget I'd buried it. I kept that letter, the one I found behind the dryer, in my pocket for a while. Then I moved it to a drawer in the hallway, then to a small box in the closet. I wasn't hiding it. I just didn't need it to be close anymore. The memories didn't come all at once. They never do. But little things began to surface. The sound of a voice I couldn't place, a small silver necklace knotted in the bottom of an old toiletries bag, a memory of a hospital room that wasn't mine, but felt familiar. Someone crying softly while I stared out the window. Someone telling me I needed time, that I needed space. The grief came later. Not sharp and loud, like I thought it might. just slow, like water through a cracked ceiling, a steady drip of realization, of acceptance. She was someone I'd known, someone I'd loved. I didn't need the details to feel the loss. The absence was enough. Jen was the one who finally said it out loud, a few weeks later, when the kids were with her parents and we were sitting out back in the early evening. The sun was low, casting long shadows across the grass. I was staring at the fence just out of habit, and she said, her name was Lila. I didn't say anything at first. She continued, it was a long time ago, before me. You were both very young. You told me about her once, during your recovery. When we first met, you said she was the reason you got better, but also the reason it got so bad. I looked over at her. She wasn't dangerous, Jen added quickly, not in the way people usually mean. She was unstable, not well, but she loved you, and you loved her. My throat felt tight. What happened to her? Jen hesitated. She left, voluntarily, checked herself into long-term care. You said you told her to come back when she was ready, that you'd wait, but when she got out, you were already with me. I nodded slowly. Something in my chest pulled tight, then let go. You didn't remember any of it, Jen said. Not until now. I think I needed to forget. I think you had to. We sat in silence for a while. I looked at the fence again, not with fear, not with expectation, just with a kind of reverence, like you'd look at the edge of a page before turning it. I didn't want to hurt her, I said. I know. I thought I was doing the right thing. You were. The crickets started chirping as the sky darkened. I kept seeing her, I whispered. I believe you. It felt so real. Jen took my hand. Maybe it was. I've thought about that moment a lot in the time since. Whether Lila was really there, or if she was something my mind conjured to finally make me remember. I've read about that trauma taking shape, manifesting, giving your memory something it can look at until you're ready to let it back in. But the truth is, I don't need a definitive answer. Because whatever she was, hallucination or haunting, memory or ghost, she helped me heal. She stood at that fence every morning because part of me still owed her something. Not an apology, not a second chance, just recognition. The kind that comes from finally saying, I remember. I haven't seen her since that last day. But I still think about her sometimes. When the wind moves through the trees just right, when the kids run through the backyard and their laughter echoes in the woods, when I wake up early and find myself looking out the window before the sun rises. I don't expect her to come back. She doesn't need to. The promise was kept. Not in the way either of us imagined, but still. We both waited. And in the end, we both remembered. There's peace in that. Now, our home feels whole again, not in some magical way, just settled, balanced, as if a room that had always been locked quietly opened itself and let in some air. I think healing is like that. Not loud, not immediate. Just small changes in direction. The fence is still there. I haven't fixed it or painted it or changed it in any way. Sometimes I leave a light on in the kitchen overnight, and when I wake up in the morning and glance outside, I can almost believe I see her there. Not as a threat, not as a question, just as someone who came back one last time, and then moved on, like I did, like I had to. I almost did not want to share this because it sounds like something out of a bad horror movie, and honestly, I am still not sure how much I believe it myself. But it has been happening for weeks now, and I feel like I need to write it down, if only to make sense of it all. I live in a small house in Seattle, nothing fancy, but it is my home. It all started with the knocking. Not just any knocking, but 3 slow taps, always at the exact same time, 2:47 in the morning, like clockwork. The first time I heard it, I thought it was just the wind or maybe a branch tapping against the porch, but then it happened again and again. Every night at 2:47, 3 slow knocks on the front door or the porch window. It was strange enough that I started paying attention. I would lie awake in bed, listening, my heart pounding quietly, trying to tell myself it was nothing. But then I saw him. One night, I got out of bed and looked out the window. Standing just beyond the porch light was a tall man, naked, his skin an unnatural gray color, and his eyes too wide and unblinking. He did not move, did not speak. He just stood there, knocking 3 times, then walking away slowly into the darkness. I froze, clutching the window frame, trying to convince myself I was dreaming or hallucinating. Over the next few nights, the pattern continued. The knocking at 2:47, the same slow, deliberate 3 taps, and the man standing just beyond the porch light. I started keeping my curtains closed, but sometimes I could not help but peek. There was something about him that was both terrifying and sad. He never came closer, never tried to enter the house. He was just there, an eerie presence waiting for something I could not understand. I told a neighbor about the knocking, hoping for some explanation. She shrugged it off, saying she had seen the man too, but that he did not come to everyone. He only comes to certain houses, she said casually, as if it was normal. That made it even creepier. Why was he coming to me? What did he want? Sometimes I caught glimpses of him in reflections, mirrors, windows, even the screen of my phone. He would be there, staring back at me, but when I turned around, he was gone. It was like he existed only in reflections, not in the real world. It made me question my own sanity. Was he real or just a trick my mind was playing on me? One night, the knocking started on the windows too, soft taps that grew louder, echoing through the house when I was asleep. I would wake up startled, heart racing, but when I checked, there was no one outside. The window panes were cold and the street was empty. The knocking seemed to be coming from inside the glass, not outside. I started keeping a journal, writing down every night the time and details of the knocking. It was a small way to hold on to reality, to remind myself that this was happening and not just a bad dream. I tried to research the history of the house, wondering if something had happened here before. I found an old newspaper article about a man who was found dead in this very house almost 30 years ago. The article described him as tall and thin, with no clear cause of death. It was the closest thing I could find to explain the strange visitor. The more I learned, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the past was reaching out to me, and I was caught in between. The knocking, the tall gray man, the reflections, they were all connected somehow. I did not know what he wanted or why he was here, but I knew I could not ignore it. Every night at 2:47, I braced myself for the knocks, hoping that one day I might find an answer, or that it might all just stop. But for now, the tall man stands silently on my porch, knocking 3 times and watching. It is hard to explain how much the knocking affected me. It was not just the sound, but the timing of it. Always at 2:47 in the morning, 3 slow taps that seemed to echo through the whole house. At first I thought I could ignore it, or convince myself it was just some weird coincidence. But the longer it went on, the harder it was to pretend everything was normal. I would lie awake in bed, heart racing, waiting for the sound to start. Sometimes it felt like the whole world was holding its breath, waiting with me. The man standing on the porch only made things worse. His presence was so unsettling. He never spoke or moved much except to knock 3 times and then disappear into the night. His skin was an unnatural shade of gray, almost as if he was fading in and out of existence. His eyes were wide open, too wide, and they seemed to pierce right through me. It felt like he knew things about me, things I had never told anyone. I caught myself staring at his reflection in windows and mirrors, feeling like he was always there, watching. I tried talking to my neighbors about him. Most acted like they did not see anything or quickly changed the subject. One woman told me he did not come to everyone, which made it feel even more personal and creepy. Why was I the only one being visited? I started to feel singled out, like I was part of some private nightmare. It was exhausting, and I found myself avoiding the porch and even the front windows. The knocking started to change. It was no longer just on the porch door. Sometimes I would wake up to taps on the windows, soft and deliberate, as if someone was trying to get my attention without scaring me awake. I remember one night I sat up and watched as the knocks moved from one window to another, circling the house. I did not want to move or make a sound. The silence between the knocks was thick, like the air itself was waiting. I became obsessed with tracking the knocking. I kept a notebook by my bed and wrote down the times and details every night. It was a small way to hold on to something solid in the chaos. Writing made me feel less alone, even though the pages filled with descriptions of the same slow 3 taps every night. I began to notice patterns in the sound, small differences in the way the knocks echoed depending on which window they came from. It was like a language I could almost understand, but never quite. The reflections haunted me. I caught the tall man in mirrors in the hallway, in the glass of my kitchen cabinets, even in my phone screen when I was scrolling through photos. Every time I turned around quickly, there was nothing there. It was like he only existed in the spaces between realities, always present, but never fully here. It made me question my own mind and whether I was losing touch with reality. The house itself seemed to change. Rooms felt colder when he was around, shadows deepened in corners, and the light from lamps flickered unexpectedly. Sometimes I thought I heard whispering, soft and unintelligible, just beyond the edge of hearing. I told myself it was stress or lack of sleep, but it felt too real to be dismissed. I became wary of the night, unsure if I would be able to sleep or if the knocking would pull me into a darker place. I researched the history of my home obsessively. The discovery of the old news article about the man who died here nearly 30 years ago was chilling. The article described him as tall and thin, just like the man on my porch. No cause of death was ever found, and the case remained a mystery. I could not stop thinking about it. Was the man I saw the restless spirit of the one who died? Was he trying to tell me something? Was he trapped here, doomed to knock every night? I felt like I was living in a horror story. I started to notice that the knocking was not just a sound, but a message. Sometimes the pauses between the knocks changed, or the rhythm shifted slightly. I tried to record it on my phone, but the recordings always came out fuzzy or with strange static. It was like the knocking was meant to be heard only by me in that exact moment. Despite the fear, I was curious. I wanted to understand who this man was and what he wanted. I started leaving notes on the porch, hoping to communicate. The notes were simple, asking why he knocked and if he needed help. I never got a reply, but sometimes the notes were moved or torn. It was the only interaction I had with him, and it was both comforting and terrifying. One night, I woke to the sound of knocking, louder than ever, but this time it was not on the porch or windows. It was coming from inside the house, from the bedroom window. I sat up slowly and looked toward the glass. There he was, the tall man, reflected in the window but not outside. His eyes were wide and unblinking, and for a moment I thought he was trying to reach through the glass. I blinked, and he was gone. After that night, I installed extra locks and curtains on the windows. I kept my phone close and talked to friends more, trying to stay grounded. But the knocking continued, and so did the appearances and reflections. It became a nightly ritual, one I dreaded but could not escape. The tall man who knocks 3 times feels like a part of the house now, an unseen tenant who never leaves. I do not know why he is here or what he wants, but I am beginning to think that maybe some mysteries are not meant to be solved. All I can do is wait each night at 2:47, listen for those 3 slow taps, and hope that one day the knocking will stop. It was getting harder and harder to pretend that I was not losing my mind. The knocking kept coming every night at 2:47, the same 3 slow taps that echoed in my ears long after the sound stopped. I stopped sleeping properly, and my days blurred together in a fog of exhaustion and fear. The tall man on my porch became a fixture of my nights, an eerie and silent visitor who seemed to exist in some strange space between reality and nightmare. I kept hoping that maybe, just maybe, one night the knocking would not come, but it always did. I started to notice other strange things around the house that I had never paid much attention to before. Sometimes the lights would flicker, dimming and brightening as if someone was moving through the rooms. The air would feel colder, especially near the windows and the front door. I would catch glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye shadows shifting, or a figure standing just beyond the edge of my vision. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The reflections became more frequent and unsettling. I would see the tall man not just in the hallway mirror or the front window, but also in my phone screen or the glass on the picture frames around the house. Each time his eyes were wide and unblinking, watching me with a sadness or hunger that I could not understand. Sometimes I would stare back for too long, feeling like I was staring into the void. I was not sure if he was real or just a figment of my tired mind. My neighbors continued to act like the man did not exist. I asked a few more people if they had seen him, and most shrugged or said they preferred not to talk about it. One older woman told me quietly that he only came to certain houses and that I should be careful. That made me feel more alone than ever, like I was being singled out for something I could not control. I kept wondering why he chose my home, why he knocked every single night, and what he wanted from me. The knocking itself started to change. Sometimes it would move from the front door to the windows, tapping softly on the glass when I was trying to sleep. I would wake with my heart racing, listening to the rhythm of the knocks as they moved from window to window, like a slow and eerie dance. I became afraid to close my eyes, afraid that if I did, I might never open them again, but I also felt trapped, like I had no choice but to endure this nightly ritual. In an attempt to make sense of everything, I spent hours researching the history of the house. The old newspaper article I found haunted me. A man, tall and thin, was found dead in the house almost 30 years ago. The cause of death was never determined. The mystery surrounding his death felt like a shadow hanging over my home. I started to believe that the tall man knocking at my door was connected to this tragedy somehow, like a restless spirit trapped between worlds. I tried to reach out to him, leaving notes taped to the door and windows. The notes were simple, asking who he was and why he was here. I never received a response, but sometimes I found the notes moved or torn. It was the only form of communication I had, and it was both terrifying and oddly comforting to know that he noticed me. One night, I decided to confront the knocking head-on. I waited until 2:47, my heart pounding so loud I thought it would burst. The knock started, slow and deliberate. I opened the door just a crack and looked out, but there was nothing there. The porch was empty, the night silent except for the faint sound of my own breathing. It was the first time the man had not been standing there, and the absence felt heavier than his presence ever had. After that night, the knocking stopped for a few days. I felt hopeful that maybe it was over. But then, one evening, I caught a glimpse of the man in the reflection of my bathroom mirror. His eyes were wide and sad, and for a moment, it felt like he was trying to say goodbye. I blinked, and he was gone. The knocking resumed that night, but now it felt different, like a farewell rather than a demand. I began to realize that the tall man was not trying to harm me. He was trapped, stuck in a place he could not leave. The knocking was his way of reaching out, a way to remind the living that he existed. It was a haunting and lonely message, and I started to feel a strange compassion for him. The nights became less terrifying after that. I still heard the knocking and saw the reflections, but the fear was replaced with a quiet sadness. I talked to him silently, hoping he could hear me. I told him he was not alone, and that maybe, one day, he would find peace. I learned to live with the strange presence in my home. The knocking remained a part of my life, a reminder of the past lingering in the shadows, but I was no longer afraid. I had faced the unknown and found a way to coexist with it. Looking back, I realized that some mysteries do not need to be solved to be understood. The tall man who knocks 3 times was a part of my story now, a silent visitor from another time. And though I do not know his full story, I have found a way to live alongside his, It was after that night, the one where I saw him in the mirror one last time, that things began to shift. I cannot say exactly when or how, but the knocking started to change, and with it, the feeling in the house. At first, it was subtle, almost imperceptible. Instead of those 3 slow, steady taps at 2:47 every morning, the knocking became less predictable. Sometimes it came a few minutes earlier or later. Sometimes there were only 2 knocks or 4. It was like the rhythm itself was trying to speak, or maybe it was trying to fade away. I found myself listening more carefully, trying to catch patterns, trying to understand. It was like the knocking was a language I had only just begun to learn. The sounds would echo through the house in different ways depending on where I was. Sometimes I would be in the kitchen when the knocks started, and the sound would feel close, sharp, as if someone was standing right outside the window. Other times, I would be in the living room, and the knocking would seem distant, muffled, as if coming from far away. The tall man's reflections became less frequent too. I would catch a glimpse of him in the hallway mirror or the glass of the front door, and then blink, only to find the reflection empty. It was like he was slowly slipping away from this world, fading with the last echoes of his knocking. I started to wonder if he was finally moving on, or if I was just learning to see less. Despite these changes, I felt a growing calm in the house. The shadows seemed less sharp, the cold spots less biting. I still woke at 2:47 some nights, expecting the knocking, but sometimes there was only silence. The house felt quieter, as if it was holding its breath. It was a different kind of quiet, one that did not fill me with dread, but with a strange sense of peace. I began to talk more openly about what was happening with friends and family. At first, I had kept everything to myself, afraid of sounding crazy or being judged. But sharing my story helped me feel less alone. People were surprised and curious, but also understanding. Some shared their own stories of strange experiences, which made me realize that the world is full of things we cannot explain. My neighbors, too, became more open when I asked them again about the man. One elderly woman told me that she remembered the story of the man who died in the house years ago, and that the knocking had been heard by others before me. She said the community had always been respectful, avoiding the house at night and leaving small tokens on the porch as a sign of peace. I started to understand that this was not just my story, but part of a larger history. I decided to research old newspapers and archives at the local library. I found more articles about the man who died in my house. His name was Thomas, and he had been a recluse, living alone and quietly until his sudden death. The circumstances were mysterious, and no one ever found out how he had died. Some speculated about illness, others whispered about darker things, but the truth remained a mystery. I felt connected to Thomas, like his story had reached across time to find me. One afternoon I found a small, weathered stone on the porch that had not been there before. It was smooth and round, almost like a river rock. I did not know who left it or why, but it felt like a gesture of goodwill, a silent message from whoever or whatever had been knocking all those nights. I placed it on the windowsill inside and looked at it often. The house felt lighter with each passing day. I began to decorate again, hanging pictures and lighting candles. The porch light no longer felt eerie but welcoming. Sometimes, when I stepped outside in the early morning, I thought I saw a figure standing at the edge of the yard, watching me with those wide eyes. But when I blinked, the figure was gone. The knocking eventually stopped completely. The last time I heard it, I was awake and listening. The 3 taps came, slow and deliberate, and then silence. It felt like a goodbye, like the man had finally found peace and was letting me know he was leaving. I sat by the window for a long time afterward, feeling a mix of sadness and relief. I do not know if the tall man who knocked 3 times was really Thomas or something else entirely. I do not know if he was a ghost, a memory, or a part of the house itself. But I know that he changed me. He made me more aware of the unseen and the unknown, and he taught me that sometimes silence can be as meaningful as noise. Living in that house has been a journey, a strange and unsettling one, but also one filled with moments of beauty and connection to the past. I have learned to live with the echoes of those knocks and to find peace in the spaces between. The house feels like home again, not just because of the walls and windows, but because I have made peace with its history. Now, when I hear a creak or a whisper of wind, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I listen with curiosity and respect. I remember the tall man with the wide eyes and gray skin, standing silently on my porch, knocking 3 times in the early hours, and I feel grateful that somehow our stories crossed paths. For anyone who has ever felt haunted by something they cannot explain, I want to say this. Sometimes the things that scare us most are also the things that teach us the most about ourselves. And sometimes letting go is the bravest thing we can do. I kept thinking about those last knocks for days afterward. It was strange how a sound that had terrified me for weeks could suddenly feel like a goodbye. The silence that followed was heavy but peaceful in a way I had not expected. I started to feel like the house was healing along with me. I no longer flinched at every creak or shadow. The air seemed lighter, as if the weight of whatever had been lingering had finally lifted. I found myself spending more time on the porch during the evenings, watching the sky change colors and listening to the quiet sounds of the neighborhood settling in for the night. It was a simple thing, but it helped me reconnect with the space that had felt so strange and haunted. Sometimes, just sitting there, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard, a flicker of something tall and thin slipping behind the trees. I would hold my breath and blink, only to find the yard empty and still. The reflection of the tall man stopped appearing, and with it went the uneasy feeling that I was being watched constantly. I could look into the mirror or my phone screen without catching a glimpse of those wide, unblinking eyes staring back at me. It was a relief I did not fully understand until it was gone. It was like the veil between this world and something else had lifted, allowing me to see clearly again. One day, I came across an old journal at a local flea market. It was leather-bound and yellowed with age, and inside were the writings of a man named Thomas, who had lived in Seattle decades ago. Reading his words gave me chills. He wrote about feeling isolated and misunderstood, about strange noises and shadows in his home, and about a sense that something was not quite right. His final entry was hauntingly vague, mentioning a sense of peace he hoped to find soon. It was as if Thomas was reaching out from the past to connect with me, to tell his story through time. I took the journal home and kept it on my bedside table, reading a few pages each night. It helped me make sense of the knocking and the man I had seen. Thomas was more than a ghost or a legend. He was a person whose story had become tangled with mine. I also started talking to people more about what had happened. Sharing the experience helped me feel less isolated. Friends and family listened with a mix of disbelief and concern, but their support meant everything. Some told me about their own encounters with the unexplained, reminding me that I was not alone in having strange experiences. The neighbors became friendlier too. I learned more about the history of the street and the community. People spoke of the house with a kind of respectful distance, as if it held secrets they did not want to disturb. I realized that my story was part of a larger tapestry of lives and events that shaped this neighborhood. I began to focus on reclaiming my home fully. I painted walls, planted flowers on the porch, and invited friends over for small gatherings. Each step was a way to fill the space with life and light, pushing back the lingering shadows. The house no longer felt like a place haunted by a past tragedy, but a home where I could live and grow. Despite the progress, I still sometimes felt a pang of sadness for the tall man. I did not know what had kept him tethered to the house for so long, or what finally allowed him to leave. I hoped that wherever he was now, he had found the peace he sought. That thought brought me a quiet comfort. Looking back, I realized that the knocking and the visits from the tall man forced me to confront parts of myself I had ignored. I learned to face fear, uncertainty, and loneliness in ways I never had before. The experience, while terrifying, also gave me strength and insight. I do not know if the man was truly Thomas or something else, but his presence changed my life. It made me more aware of the unseen and the mysteries that surround us. It taught me to listen to sounds, to silences, and to the stories that are told in subtle ways. Now, when I hear a soft tap or a creak in the house, I do not jump in fear. Instead, I pause and listen, appreciating the life and history in the walls around me. I have learned that not all mysteries are meant to be solved, and sometimes the most important thing is to find peace within the unknown. If you have ever felt haunted by something you cannot explain, I want you to know that you are not alone. Fear can be a powerful teacher, and healing is possible, even when the path is unclear. Sometimes, all we need is to open ourselves to the stories around us and find the courage to face them. The last few weeks felt like a slow turning point, like the house and I were finally coming to an uneasy truce. The knocking had stopped entirely, and the tall man no longer appeared in reflections or shadows. The nights were quiet again, the kind of quiet that lets you breathe fully without the tight knot of fear in your chest. I still kept a journal where I wrote down every odd noise or fleeting feeling, but those entries became less frequent, and the fear that had gripped me for so long began to loosen. I spent a lot of time reflecting on everything that had happened. The knocks, the reflections, the sense of being watched it, had all felt so real and yet so surreal. I realized that the experience had forced me to look inward, to confront not only the unknown in my home, but the fears and loneliness I carried inside myself. In a way, the tall man was a symbol of that struggle, someone trapped, unable to move on, just like I had felt at times. The discovery of Thomas's journal had been a pivotal moment for me. Reading his words and thoughts made me feel connected to something bigger, something beyond the walls of my house. His hopes and fears echoed my own, and through him I found a path to understanding. I often wonder if the knocking was his way of reaching out, asking for acknowledgement and peace. If so, I hope he found it in those final taps and the silence that followed. I invited friends and family over more often, filling the house with laughter, conversation, and warmth. I painted the walls in bright colors and hung new curtains to let in more sunlight. The porch light that once cast eerie shadows now shone softly, welcoming guests instead of mysterious visitors. The small stone left on my windowsill stayed there, a quiet reminder of the unseen and the stories that dwelled just beyond our sight. The neighbors, who had once seemed distant or dismissive, grew friendlier. We shared stories about the neighborhood's past and the old house that stood on this quiet street. Some had heard the knocking long before I did, and others remembered Thomas's story. It was like a community coming together to honor a piece of shared history, no longer afraid to speak of the strange or the unexplained. Through therapy and support, I healed in ways I did not expect. The fear that once controlled my nights no longer held power over me. I learned to trust myself again, and to find peace in the everyday sounds of the house, the creaks, the hum of the heater, the whisper of wind outside. Those sounds were no longer threats, but part of the living, breathing space I called home. Sometimes in the quiet moments, I think about the tall man with the gray skin and wide eyes. I do not feel fear anymore, but a profound sadness and compassion. He was a part of this house's story, a reminder that not all stories have clear endings, and that some souls linger longer than we expect. I like to believe that he found peace, that his knocking was a final goodbye, a signal that he was ready to move on. If there is one thing this experience has taught me, it is that fear can teach us about strength, resilience, and the importance of connection. Sometimes the unknown challenges us to grow in ways we never imagined. It reminds us that our homes, our memories, and our histories are intertwined, and that healing often comes from acceptance and understanding. For anyone reading this who feels haunted by something invisible or inexplicable, I want you to know that it is okay to feel afraid and uncertain. It is okay to seek help and to share your story. Sometimes, the act of telling is the first step toward healing, and sometimes, the quiet moments after the knocks have stopped are the most important of all. I still live in that old house in Seattle, and while the knocking is gone, the memories remain. They are a part of me now, woven into the fabric of my life. But more importantly, they remind me that even in the darkest nights, there is a path to peace. And sometimes all it takes is listening to the knocks, waiting for the silence, and finding courage in the waiting. This might sound off from the jump, but I'm not trying to scare anyone. I'm not here for karma or clicks or whatever. I'm just writing this out because something about the whole thing still gets under my skin, and if I don't say it somewhere, I feel like I'll start forgetting it, which is worse, honestly. I'd rather be scared than unsure whether it even happened. Back in late winter this year, though it already feels further away than that I had to go in for surgery. Nothing major, not life-threatening, just a slow, painful problem in my side that needed fixing. The hospital stay was only supposed to be a couple days. I packed light. My sister dropped me off, promised to bring my charger and a real blanket after work. Everything was normal. The meds they gave me afterward were strong. Not enough to knock me out flat, but enough to blur the edges. I'd drift off in the evening and wake up groggy around 3 a.m. like clockwork. Not from pain, mostly just dry mouth. The air in the building was so dry, it felt like every breath came through a dust filter. So I'd wake up, sip some water, click the button for the nurse if I needed anything, then drift back down. The first couple nights were fine. Quiet. Lights low in the hallway, the occasional wheel squeak from a cart, nurses checking vitals, hushed voices. I liked that time of night, honestly. Something about the world being still while everyone moved slow. Then came the third night. I drifted off around 11, I think. Lights low, blanket over my legs, the usual. And then, like before, I came out of sleep slowly, eyes half open, throat scratchy. I reached for the water cup, but froze halfway, because there was someone already in the room. She was sitting in the chair in the corner, not moving, not checking anything, just sitting. Her hands were folded in her lap, short sleeves, nurse scrubs, ID badge clipped to the collar. Her hair was dark and tied back. I couldn't read the badge from where I was. My vision was still soft from the meds. She smiled when she saw me stir, not weird or anything. Just that polite nurse smile they give when you're half awake and drooling. "You called me," she said softly. "I'm here to check your breathing." I didn't remember pressing the button, but I figured maybe I'd rolled on it. The bed remote was a mess of wires and buttons, and I wasn't exactly alert. I nodded. She stood, walked toward the bathroom, and the light flipped on behind her. Then nothing. No sound, no movement. The light stayed on, but she didn't come back out. I waited a couple minutes, 5 maybe. Time gets weird when you're on painkillers and not sure if you're dreaming. Eventually, I buzzed again. Another nurse came in, not the same woman. Different build. Older, lighter hair, asked if I needed water. I said, kind of hesitantly. Did the other nurse say anything? She blinked at me. "Which nurse?" "The one who was just here," I said. "She said she was checking my breathing." The nurse frowned, checked her clipboard. "No one's been in your room since midnight." That didn't make sense. I was awake. I saw her. I heard her voice. It wasn't a dream. I described her dark hair, quiet voice, younger, maybe early 30s. She wore the same style scrubs as the others, maybe a little more faded, same badge lanyard. The nurse stood still for a second. Then she said, carefully, "You're not the first patient to see her." I thought she was joking at first. I gave a little half laugh. She didn't smile. "She hasn't worked here in a long time," she said, "since the elevator incident." That phrase stuck in my head, elevator incident. But when I asked what she meant, she shook her head and changed the subject, checked my vitals, wrote something down, told me to rest. She never explained it, and I was too tired to press. The next morning, I asked the day nurse, different person again. She said the same thing. "No one matching that description works here." I asked again about the elevator, and she just gave me that tight-lipped look like someone clamping a secret behind their teeth. That day passed like the others. Pain meds, blood pressure checks, Jell-O on a tray. But around 2:59 the next morning, I heard something I hadn't heard before. The elevator ding. The one at the end of the hallway. It rang once, then silence. No footsteps, no wheels on the floor, just that sound, clear and sharp. I stared at the door for almost an hour, waiting for someone to come in. No one did. By morning, I almost convinced myself I imagined it. Then it happened again the next night. 2:59 exactly. Ding! Then quiet. I looked at the wall clock to be sure, watched the second hand tick past the mark. It wasn't in my head. I asked the night nurse the following shift if anyone used the elevator on this floor. She looked confused. No elevator access after 10, she said. Security lock. I told her what I'd heard. She didn't argue. She just said, "Some patients hear things. It's an old building." But I don't think she believed that either, because when she left, she turned the light on in the bathroom and kept the door open just a crack. I kept waiting for the meds to explain it away. You know how they tell you that anesthesia can mess with your head for days, or that painkillers can give you vivid dreams? I tried to make myself believe it, that what I saw was a side effect, that my brain was fuzzy and made up a nurse who never existed. But then I started hearing things that didn't fit into that kind of logic. Little things. Things that wouldn't make sense to imagine if you were just drifting through dreams. The elevator bell, for one, that soft ding echoing through the hallway at 2:59 every single morning, always at the same time, not 2:57, not 3:01, exactly 2:59. The sound never changed, crisp, as if someone had just arrived, but no one ever walked past my door after. No footsteps, no carts, no voices. Just that single chime and then silence. I asked about it again the next day, this time during lunch when a nurse's aide was refilling my pitcher. I kept it casual, asked if there was a shift change around 3 in the morning. She looked at me like I had asked if Santa still made deliveries, said no. Said the floor locks down at 10 every night and doesn't open again until 6, no deliveries, no new patients, no visitors. Not even staff from other units come through, unless there is an emergency. I nodded and didn't push. But the next night, I stayed awake on purpose. It wasn't easy. I had to keep moving my feet under the blanket just to fight off the pull of the meds. My body felt like lead. My eyes burned, but I watched the clock tick slowly toward that minute. 2:58. 2:59. Ding. Same sound, clean, unmistakable. I kept my eyes on the hallway. My room faced the end of the corridor, so I could see the edge of the elevator doors through the gap in the open door. Nothing moved. No one stepped out. But the sound had been real, too clean to be imagined. And again, nothing followed it. No footsteps. Just quiet. The nurse didn't come that night. Not the one I had seen before. My room stayed empty. The next morning, something had changed. My water pitcher had been refilled, and the bathroom light was on. The door was shut, but the light was visible beneath it. I asked the morning nurse if she had come in before shift. She said no. She said they were just starting rounds. But my pitcher had more water than I remembered, a clean refill, not the cloudy, half-empty one I'd left sitting on the tray. I didn't say anything else. That afternoon, I got up for the first time since surgery. They had me use a walker and take a few laps around the hallway. I passed other rooms. Most of them were closed. A few had patients dozing in dim light. Some had visitors. I didn't see anything strange until I reached the end of the hall. There was a nurse standing near the elevator, not facing it, facing the window. She didn't turn around, didn't move. I slowed my walk, glanced at the name tag. Couldn't read it clearly from that distance, but something about the stance looked familiar. Arms at her sides, head tilted slightly down like she was listening for something behind the glass. My nurse caught up to me, reminding me to keep moving. I turned to ask if she knew who the other nurse was. She looked. There was no one there. Just the empty hallway and the reflection of the lights in the window. That night, I didn't sleep again, not because I planned it, but because I couldn't. The room felt colder. The sheets felt too still, like they had been smoothed by someone other than me. And the elevator dinged again. 2:59, right on time. But this time, the bathroom door creaked, just slightly, enough to make me sit up, heart pounding but not racing. There was no sound after that, no footsteps, no water running, just the door easing a half-inch further open before going still again. The light inside was off. The hallway was silent. I stayed that way for an hour, awake, watching. At some point, I must have drifted, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. And my pitcher was full again. Later that day, I asked one of the older nurses about the elevator incident. I framed it like I had overheard something in the hallway. I didn't expect an answer. But she hesitated. She looked down at her tablet and said, very quietly, that years ago, before they renovated the top floors, there had been an accident. A night shift nurse got stuck between floors when the elevator shorted. Power outage during a storm. Maintenance was supposed to lock it down, but someone bypassed the system to bring up supplies. The nurse was alone in the car when it moved unexpectedly. By the time they realized she hadn't made it back to the station, it had been hours. No one sure if she was unconscious when they found her, or if she was awake the whole time. Her name was Marianne. I asked if she died. The nurse gave a slow, tired nod, said they don't talk about it much anymore, but every now and then a patient mentions seeing her, late at night, always on this floor, always after visiting hours. I asked how many. She said enough. And then she told me something else. She never walks the halls, she said. She just waits, at the end of the corridor, by the elevator, like she's still on shift. I didn't know what to say. She tapped the screen and said, "Let me know if you need anything." And that was it. That night, I waited again. 2:58. 2:59. Ding. This time I saw her reflection in the hallway glass. Standing at the end. Not moving. Just watching. I didn't tell anyone what I saw that night. I don't know why. Maybe because I didn't want them to think I was still loopy from the medication. Maybe because I was scared someone would believe me. And that somehow would be worse. There was something about seeing her reflection in the glass that didn't feel like a warning or a hallucination. It felt like a question, like she was waiting for me to notice. And now that I had, I didn't know what was supposed to come next. That morning, everything looked the same. My breakfast tray was there, scrambled eggs under a plastic dome, a small plastic cup of orange juice. The water pitcher was full again. I hadn't touched it. I picked it up, sniffed it, even tasted a little, clean, room temp, normal hospital water, but I still had no idea who was refilling it. The day nurse said nothing, just her usual questions, blood pressure, light small talk. It was almost comforting in a way, how little anyone acknowledged anything outside the routine. You could go missing in a place like this, and nobody would know until the clipboard said so. Later that afternoon, the physical therapist came by to help me walk again. We went a little farther this time. She had me loop the whole floor, from my room to the nurse's station and around the side hallway. I pretended to need a break so I could stop near the elevator. It looked normal in the daylight. The lights above the doors were off, no calls pending, no activity. The security pad beside it still flashed red, same as always, meaning access was locked. I stared at the small seam between the doors. "Everything okay?" the therapist asked. I nodded too fast. "Just tired," I told her. That night I didn't sleep again. Not because I was scared, but because I was starting to feel like I had to be awake for it. Like I was being asked to witness something. Not fix it, not stop it, just notice, be present. I kept the bathroom light on this time, not all the way open, just cracked, same as the nurse had left it once. Something about the glow helped, like it gave whatever was out there a reason not to come in. At 2:58 I sat up. At 2:59 the elevator dinged. Then something different happened. The sound of wheels. Not loud, just the faint rattle of a rolling cart on tile. One slow turn, then silence again. I waited. 10 minutes passed, then 20. I thought maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was a noise from the floor above or below. Sound carried in weird ways in hospitals, but then I saw it. A flicker of movement by the doorway. A shadow. Like someone had passed by the hall light, just outside my door. I sat still, not breathing. The air felt heavier, like the kind of pressure right before a storm, like something had shifted in the building itself. Then the water pitcher tipped. Not spilled, just leaned slightly on the tray. Enough to splash. I flinched, and the sound echoed louder than it should have. I reached out to steady it, and saw the condensation on the outside of the pitcher. But it was warm. That didn't make sense. Room temp water in a plastic container should feel cool. This was body warm, like someone had been holding it just before setting it down. I buzzed the nurse, but I canceled it before it sent. I didn't want anyone else to come in. Not because I was afraid for them. Because I didn't think it would matter. Whoever or whatever was visiting didn't care about the others. It was for me. That morning, something else was different. On the small table next to the bed, the notepad they give you for questions, reminders, whatever had a new sheet torn off. The one below it had writing. My handwriting. Except I hadn't written anything. It said, Marianne, elevator, 7th floor, 259. No other words. Just that. I didn't tell the day nurse. I didn't mention it to the tech who took my vitals. I just folded the paper and tucked it into my wallet. Later, when I got up for another hallway walk, I stopped near the nurse's station, waited for a quiet moment. "Can I ask something?" I said. The nurse on shift looked up. Sure. Was there ever a Marianne here? She didn't answer right away. Her eyes didn't change, but her hands paused on the keyboard. Then she said, "Not officially." I waited. She leaned in, voice low. "There's a story about a night shift nurse, long time ago, before the floor was locked after hours." I nodded. "I saw her," I said. The nurse nodded too. "Then you're not the first." That night, I didn't fight sleep. I just left the bathroom light on, sat propped against the pillows, and waited. When the elevator dinged, I didn't flinch. And when the wheels turned again, I didn't hide. This time, she stopped at the door. Just a shape in the window. Not entering, not knocking, just standing still. Watching. And this time I saw something else. The ID badge, clipped to her collar. It said Marianne, first name only, no title, no department, just that single name in clear, bold type. Then she turned, walked toward the elevator again, and the light in the bathroom flickered. The next day, everything felt heavier, not just in my body, which was still stiff from surgery and restless nights, but in the air itself, like something was settling in. Not threatening exactly, but undeniable. The kind of heaviness you feel right before a conversation you know is going to change something. The light from the window was too bright, the hallway sounds too thin. I could tell my head wasn't all there, like part of me was still back in the moment from the night before, watching Marianne turn and walk away without a sound. That image stuck with me more than anything else. She had moved like she was still on shift, like she had rounds to finish, not ghostly or slow or spooky, just precise, controlled, familiar. The way nurses move when they know their steps by heart and the hallway belongs to them. I could still see her name badge in my mind, the way it caught the low light from the wall sconces. The fact that it only said her first name made something twist in my stomach, like whatever system had printed it knew she didn't need a last name anymore. I waited until later in the afternoon before asking about her again. This time I picked a different nurse, a younger one I hadn't seen before. She had just finished replacing my forebag and was scribbling on the clipboard when I said it. "Do you believe in, I don't know, people lingering?" She didn't look confused. That surprised me. "You mean patients who hang around after they go?" I shook my head. "No, staff." She hesitated, then said, "You mean Marianne?" It wasn't a question. She pulled the chair closer and lowered her voice, even though no one else was around. "They say she was quiet, didn't talk much, always came in early, always helped with the worst cases. You'd think someone like that would get remembered more, but all we have are rumors. No pictures, no file in the system. Just a couple old timers who say she used to work nights and was one of the best they had. Then the elevator thing happened and they changed everything." I asked if she believed it. She didn't answer right away. "I think hospitals remember," she said finally. "Even when people forget, some things get left behind, not just in rooms, in the building." That night, I kept the room dark. No bathroom light. No hallway glow. I wanted to see what happened when I didn't try to protect myself. I sat up at 2:58, watching the red digits on the clock blink slowly toward the hour. At 2:59, the elevator dinged. Then the wheels. This time they stopped right outside my door. The handle didn't move. The shadow behind the window shifted. She was standing there again, still as before, but this time her head tilted slightly toward the door. I felt something in my chest change. Not fear. Recognition. She wasn't looking at me like I was a stranger. She was looking like she was waiting. I stood, slowly, painfully. Unplugged the IV line, not all the way, just enough to let me move. I walked to the door and opened it. The hallway was empty. No cart. No shadow. Just quiet. But further down the corridor, the elevator doors were closing. I stepped out into the hall, leaned against the wall, and waited. No alarms went off. No one came. The floor was completely silent. The elevator panel beside the doors flashed once, then went dark again. I stood there for a few more minutes, hoping something would move again. But nothing did. So I went back into the room and sat in the chair she had used the first night. I stared at the bed, the still water pitcher, the closed bathroom door, and something clicked. She never came in unless I was in the bed, unless I was vulnerable. That was the pattern. You had to be still, open. So that night, I lay back down and closed my eyes, even though I stayed fully awake. And I waited. She didn't come, but I started to dream while still awake. At least I think it was a dream. I was standing in the elevator. The lights overhead flickered. The panel had no buttons, just a single glowing keyhole where the floor numbers should be. And in the corner of the elevator, tucked behind a storage bin, sat an old badge. Marianne. Same black font. Same plastic clip. I reached out to grab it, but the elevator dropped suddenly. That's when I woke up. Not gasping. Just cold. Colder than I had felt all week. The IV had been reconnected. My water pitcher was full again. The bathroom door was shut, but the light was on. And someone had left a folded paper on the table beside the bed. My name was written on the outside. Just that. When I opened it, the handwriting was smooth. Not mine. It said, "I need your help." That was all. No name. But I already knew who it was from. I kept that piece of paper folded in my palm until morning. I did not put it on the tray, or the side table, or even in my pocket. I just held it, not because I was afraid someone would take it, but because I was afraid it might not be there if I looked away. That's how it's been this whole time. Everything slips if I stop paying attention. The hallway noises, the elevator, even her. They come when I am still and focused. When I start asking questions, things disappear again. I stared at the handwriting. It was neat, soft cursive, the kind of penmanship you do not see much anymore. Not rushed, not printed. Each letter had a quiet rhythm to it, just 4 words. I need your help. No period, no name, No details, but somehow I understood. She was not trying to scare me. She never was. That changed something. Later that morning, the nurse came in to take my blood pressure. She looked more tired than usual. Her hair was pulled back too tight, and there was a faint pink mark under one eye, like she had not slept well. I almost asked her again about Marianne, almost brought up the note, but something stopped me. Instead, I asked, "Have you ever been on this floor at night, like really late?" She paused, then said, "Only once." Her voice was quiet now. She leaned in to adjust the cuff and lowered her tone like we were sharing something. "During training," she said, "I got lost coming back from radiology. Took the stairs to the wrong floor. Doors were unlocked. That was years ago." "Did you see anything?" I asked. She didn't speak right away. Then she said, "I thought I saw someone by the elevators, but I was too nervous to get close. The doors closed before I could really tell." "Do you remember what time it was?" I asked. She thought about it, then said, "I remember checking my watch when I finally found the right hallway. It was just after 3. She finished taking my vitals and smiled like nothing strange had been said. Before she left, she added, "Some floors remember more than others." That line sat with me all afternoon. Some floors remember more. What does a building remember, and what does it keep? I looked around my room. Nothing had changed, but everything felt different, not haunted, just layered, like something was stitched underneath all the routine and wires and checklists. I started to wonder if Marianne was stuck, or if she stayed on purpose. That evening I sat up instead of lying flat. I needed to be awake fully, not just waiting passively. At 2:59, the elevator chimed. But there were no wheels this time. Just silence after the bell. I stood up, unplugged my IV again, and walked slowly to the door. The hallway was dim but not dark. No nurses around, no carts, nothing out of place. Except a small envelope on the floor just outside my room. I bent to pick it up. Inside was another piece of paper, same writing. Just 2 lines this time. "You can open it. The key is in the wall." I looked down the hall. The elevator sat closed, lights off. But something had changed. The panel next to it, the one with the locked card reader, was ajar. I had walked past it a dozen times, never noticed anything unusual. Now there was a tiny compartment inside, and in it, a small brass key. I stood there a long time. Then I went back to my room and waited until morning. I do not know why I did not use it. Maybe because I thought it was a test, or because part of me still believed this would go away if I stopped playing along. But the next night, the key was gone. The panel was closed. The hallway was quiet. And there was no elevator chime. Nothing at all. Not even the faint hum I had gotten used to. That was somehow worse than everything else. I had missed something. The note had been clear. The key was a chance. And I hesitated. That morning I asked the nurse again. Not about Marianne, not directly. "Have you ever known a patient who stayed too long?" She raised an eyebrow. "Plenty of them don't want to go," she said. "They get scared to leave, comfortable in the routine, scared of what happens next. What if someone can't leave? I asked. Even if they want to? She was quiet for a second, then said, then maybe they need someone to walk with them. That's when I knew what she was asking. Marianne. She needed someone to open the door, not to force her out, just to stand next to her when it opened. That night, I did not wait for 2:59. I got up early, walked the hallway at 2:30. It was silent, still. But when I reached the elevator, the panel was open again. No note this time, just the key. Waiting. I took it, turned it slowly, and the elevator doors opened. Inside, the lights were dim, not broken, just soft. And at the back, standing very still, was Marianne. She looked just the same, calm, present. She nodded once, almost like approval. I stepped in. The doors stayed open. She turned to face them, and together we waited, not speaking, not moving, just present. The elevator stayed open for a long time, too long. It should have chimed, should have tried to close, should have beeped or blinked, or done any of the things it was designed to do, but it did not. It just waited, the way Marianne did, like the whole building had agreed to pause for a while. The air inside the car was colder than the hallway, not freezing, but different, still and clean, like a sealed room untouched by time. She stood next to me but did not look at me. Her hands were folded calmly in front of her. Her uniform looked softer in this light, less clinical. I noticed small details I had missed before: the faint worn patches near her collar, the slightly discolored edge of her sleeve, like she had been wearing the same clothes for a long time. Not because she had no choice, but because it was the only thing that still made sense to her. I waited for her to move. She didn't. Then I realized it wasn't about the elevator. It was about me. This was her last call. She needed someone to see her, to walk her back to where she stopped being remembered, to confirm that she was still here, even if no one had put her on a schedule or called her name in years. I turned to her and said very softly, "I see you." That was all. She nodded once. Then the doors closed. No buttons lit up. No sound. But we were moving. Not up, not down, not side to side. Just away. That is the only word I can use. Away. The walls did not change, but the air did. It smelled faintly like bleach and something older, like time itself had a scent. I did not feel scared. My body was calm. There was no weight in my chest, no rush of nerves, just awareness, a deep kind of clarity that only comes when you stop needing to know where something is taking you. After what felt like a long time, the elevator stopped. The doors opened, and we were back on the same floor. Same hallway. Same lights, but quieter, like everyone else had gone home. She stepped out first. I followed. She walked slowly, hands still folded, steps perfectly even. We passed the empty rooms, past the station with its dark monitors, past the vending machine that always buzzed near the stairwell, She never looked around, never hesitated. At the end of the hallway, where the windows faced the parking lot, she stopped. She turned to face me, and this time she spoke. "Thank you," she said. "I didn't want to go alone." Then she smiled. It wasn't wide or dramatic. It was tired, relieved. And then she stepped through the door beside the windows. A door I swear was never there before. It closed behind her. No sound. Just that gentle click of something finally finished. I stood there a long time. Eventually, I turned and walked back to my room. The hallway felt lighter. Not just in sound, but in weight. I slept that night. For the first time in days. When I woke up, the water pitcher was still full, but nothing else was out of place. No shadows. No movement. Just morning light and the quiet sound of someone walking past with a breakfast cart. Later that day, the nurse came in to tell me I was being discharged. She smiled as she folded the paperwork. "You're ahead of schedule," she said, healing nicely. I almost laughed. I didn't say anything about the elevator, or Marianne, or the walk we took. Some things do not need to be retold right away. Before I left, I stopped by the hallway one last time. The spot near the windows looked the same, but the door was gone. Back to smooth wall. No seam, no sign, just space. When I turned to go, I noticed a new name added to the staff board near the elevator. Marianne. No title. No shift listed. Just her name. A small note below it read, "In recognition of service beyond duty." I stood there with my discharge papers in hand and read it twice. Then I left the building. The sun felt too bright at first. The air too loud. But it was good. Alive. I never saw her again. Not in dreams. Not in windows. Not at 2:59 in the morning. The elevator still chimes sometimes in my head, right on the hour. But it does not make me nervous. It makes me remember. Not everything that lingers is lost. Some things are just waiting to be walked home. I was born in the year 2000 in a small town in northeast Ohio. Our house was nothing special, just a little ranch with 3 bedrooms, all on one floor. It was quiet, with a fenced-in yard and a tiny driveway that always had oil stains on the concrete. It was just me and my mom. My dad left when I was a baby. I never knew him, and my mom didn't talk about him much. She was a good mom. I remember her always being tired, but she never made me feel like a burden. She worked at this local restaurant in the center of town. A real old-school kind of place with peeling red booths and coffee that smelled burnt. She worked there for years, always came home smelling like syrup and bacon grease. At night, we'd eat dinner in front of the television, usually something like spaghetti or boxed mac and cheese. Afterward, she'd tuck me in, kiss my forehead, and say, "I love you, sweetheart." It was routine. It was safe. At least it felt safe. I think I was around 6 or 7 the first time it happened. I'd already been tucked in, the lights turned off. My room was never completely dark because the hallway light stayed on, just barely filtering in through the crack under the door. I remember lying on my side facing the wall, waiting for sleep to take me. Then I heard the floor creak. Not the usual creak you hear from an old house settling either. This was close, right beside my bed. I held my breath, listening. Then I heard it, breathing, slow, steady, right underneath me. At first I thought I imagined it. I leaned over the side of the bed, slowly, my little fingers gripping the edge of the blanket. I whispered, "Mom." Nothing. Just the sound of breathing, soft and deep. Then there was a little giggle, not playful, not harsh, just off, like someone trying to sound happy but forgetting how. A few seconds passed, and then she crawled out from under the bed. She didn't seem startled or ashamed. She just looked up at me with this tired smile and said, "Go to sleep, sweetheart. Mommy's here." Then she stood and walked out of the room. I stared after her, confused, my heart pounding so hard it felt like I had swallowed it. But nothing else happened that night. I fell asleep eventually, more from exhaustion than comfort. The next night, it happened again. Same routine. She tucked me in, kissed my forehead, turned off the light. I heard her footsteps leave the room. Then a minute later, I heard the sound of someone crawling, hands and knees against the floorboards. The mattress shifted just slightly, and then that breathing again. I didn't say anything that time. I just stayed very still, staring up at the ceiling. I think I told myself it was just a game, that maybe she was trying to be funny in her own weird way. But she never laughed, never said anything, just breathed. This started happening every night. For a while I tried to believe it was normal. She still made my lunch, still read with me, still helped me with homework. But bedtime became a ritual I dreaded. Every night, she'd tuck me in, walk out, and then crawl under my bed like some quiet animal settling in. As the weeks passed, she started doing other things. At first, it was just tapping. From under the bed, she'd knock on the wood beneath my mattress, always in patterns. Sometimes 3 slow taps, then 2 faster ones, then 4 heavy ones. It was never the same twice. Sometimes it sounded like a rhythm or a song. Other times it felt random and strange, like some kind of code. I never figured it out. If I shifted or sat up, the tapping would stop instantly. I'd lie back down and wait. After a few seconds, it would start again, like she was watching me, testing me. A few times I felt her looking at me, not from the side of the bed, but from the foot of it. One night, I got brave and peeked over the blanket toward the edge. I saw her face there, half hidden in shadow, just one eye visible, reflecting the soft light from the hallway. She didn't blink, didn't smile, just watched. I didn't scream. I should have, but I didn't. I rolled back over and pulled the covers over my head. My heart was slamming in my chest, and I remember holding my breath so long I almost passed out. I started sleeping badly. I was always tired during the day. I would try to take naps on the living room couch after school, telling my mom I just liked watching cartoons in there. She never asked questions. But at night, I'd go back to my room, and she'd still be there, waiting under the bed. A couple of times I tried getting out of bed after she crawled under. I thought if I walked out fast enough, maybe I could make it to the living room. But every time I moved, her hand would grab my ankle. Not hard, just enough to stop me, enough to freeze me in place. Then that giggle again, light and distant, like it didn't belong to her at all. I wanted to ask her about it, but how do you even say something like that to your mom? How do you tell someone that you're afraid of them when they make your lunch and hug you every day? Still, one day I tried. We were doing a puzzle together in the living room. I remember it was a picture of a lighthouse, and I couldn't get the sky pieces to fit right. I wasn't looking at her when I asked, "Why do you sleep under my bed sometimes?" She paused, just for a second, then she laughed, like it was the most ridiculous thing I had ever said. "Oh, buddy, I don't do that. You must be having silly dreams." I looked up. She smiled at me. But that night, the tapping was louder and faster, and it didn't stop, not even when I sat up. It kept going until I finally lay back down, heart pounding, eyes wide open in the dark. That was the night I realized it was not a game. It never had been. After that night, everything changed. I started sleeping with the blanket pulled tight over my head, even in the summer when the room felt like an oven. I figured if I could just hide, stay still, maybe she would forget I was there. Maybe she would stop. But she never did. The tapping became part of every night, always after she tucked me in and left. I would hear her crawl across the floor, slow and steady, then the bed would shift slightly and the tapping would begin. Some nights it was gentle, like a lullaby played out in dull knocks. Other nights it was frantic and sharp, like she was trying to wake something up. The pattern never repeated. I listened carefully, hoping to find meaning, like maybe if I figured it out she would stop. But it was always just out of reach, always strange and broken. I started dreading bedtime so much, I would pretend to fall asleep on the couch. I would lie there with the television playing quietly, and my back to her as she cleaned up dinner or folded laundry. Sometimes she would let me stay. Other times she would shake my shoulder gently and whisper, "Time for bed, sweetheart." I hated that moment, the softness in her voice, because I knew what it really meant. It meant she would be there again, under the bed, watching, tapping. At school, I was always tired. My teachers noticed, and one of them even called my mom once. I remember sitting in the kitchen while she talked on the phone, watching her face go blank as she listened. She nodded a lot, gave soft sounds, and then laughed, saying something like, "He's just having trouble sleeping, that's all. Growing pains, maybe." When she hung up, she looked at me and smiled the way she always did, like nothing was wrong, like we were just normal. But we were not normal. By the time I was 8, I had stopped looking under the bed. I refused to even let my foot dangle over the edge. I stayed curled up in the middle, perfectly still, night after night. I told myself she wouldn't hurt me, that whatever she was doing, it wasn't meant to scare me. But I didn't believe it. Not really. Deep down, I knew something was wrong. Not just with what she was doing, but with her. Something had shifted, and I could feel it in the way she looked at me sometimes. Her eyes lingered too long. Her smile seemed like they belonged to someone else. There was one night, I remember it clearly, when I woke up to silence. No tapping, no breathing, just silence. At first I thought maybe it had finally stopped. Maybe she had finally left me alone. But then I saw her face, right at the edge of the bed, her chin just barely resting on the mattress, eyes wide open, staring at me. No expression, no blink. Just watching. I did not move. I did not speak. I just lay there, frozen, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. After a minute, she slowly slid backward, disappearing into the dark beneath the bed. I did not sleep that night. I did not even close my eyes. When I tried to bring it up again, she laughed it off like before, said I was dreaming, said kids have wild imaginations. But that night, I heard her whispering, not to me, to someone else. I could not make out the words, not clearly, but I heard the rhythm of it, a steady stream of quiet murmurs, like she was having a calm conversation with someone just a few inches below me. It went on for hours. I buried my face in the pillow and cried, but I did not make a sound. It was not every night that something new happened. Some nights, she just lay there quietly, no tapping, no whispering, just the sound of her breathing, soft and steady, like she was sleeping. I almost preferred those nights, almost. But the worst part was that during the day, she was still the same. She still helped with my homework, still made grilled cheese sandwiches the way I liked them, still called me her little buddy. I would watch her cook dinner, hum along with the radio, and I would feel like I was going insane, like I was the one making it up, because no one could be both things at once. No one could be that normal in the light, and that terrifying in the dark. I started counting down the minutes to sunrise. I would lie awake, staring at the glow from the hallway, waiting for the light to change, for the birds to start chirping. That was the only time I felt safe. When the sun was up, she stayed out of my room. She acted like nothing had ever happened, and I let her, because I did not know what else to do. When I turned 9, I asked if I could sleep on the couch permanently. I told her I liked it better, that it felt cooler in the summer. She said no. Said I needed a real bed, that the couch would mess up my back. I wanted to scream at her, to tell her I knew she was lying, but I could not. I just nodded and went back to my room that night. That was the night I tried to sleep with the lights on. I left the hallway light and the lamp by my desk burning, hoping maybe the brightness would scare her away. But it didn't. She still came. Still crawled under, still tapped the mattress, only this time she giggled louder, longer, like she was laughing at me. The next morning, the bulb in the desk lamp was shattered. I asked her about it and she said she had not touched it, that maybe it blew out on its own. She shrugged it off, like it was no big deal. I did not believe her. I stopped trying to fight it after that. I just gave up. I would lie there each night, silent, eyes wide open, listening to her settle in underneath me. I would try not to breathe too loud. Try not to move, because I knew she was waiting, watching. And every once in a while I would hear her whisper something, just a few words, almost too soft to catch. But I swear one night I heard her say it clearly. Not yet. He is still too small. I never asked her about it. I didn't want to know what it meant. I just lay there, shaking, and prayed for morning. By the time I turned 10, I had stopped pretending I was imagining things. I knew what was happening. I could not explain it, and I could not prove it, but I knew it was real. Every night, she would tuck me in, say good night, and then crawl under my bed. Every night, the tapping would start, the whispers would come. And sometimes, she would just lie there, breathing softly in the dark. There was a pattern to it, something about the way she waited, the way she would not come out unless I called her name. It felt like a rule, like she was pretending to be normal only until I broke the silence. I never called for her again. I never leaned over the edge to see if she was there. I did not have to. I always knew. At school, I began to feel separate from everything, like I was floating through days that did not belong to me. My friends would talk about video games and birthday parties, and I would nod and laugh when I was supposed to. But my thoughts were always back in that room, back in that bed, waiting for the sound of her crawling hands and knees, the slight shift of the mattress, the quiet breath beneath me. I became good at hiding it, smiling when I needed to, answering questions in class, acting like nothing was wrong. My mom helped with that. She was still the perfect mother in the daylight. Still made pancakes on Saturdays and walked with me to the bus stop. Still hugged me when I had nightmares, even though I never told her what they were about. It made everything worse, somehow, knowing that no one would believe me, that no one would think anything was strange about her, not even me sometimes. I started to wonder if maybe something was wrong with me instead. Maybe I was the one who was sick. But then something happened that changed everything. One night I woke up to the sound of tapping. That was normal by then. I was used to it. I stared at the ceiling, counting the knocks, trying to guess the pattern. 3, then 4, then 3 again. But then I heard something else, a voice. It was not hers. It was deep and slow, muffled like it was coming from under the floorboards. I could not understand the words, but I could feel them. Heavy, cold. It spoke once, paused, then again. Each time, I felt the mattress tremble just slightly beneath me. I did not move. I did not breathe. I just listened, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. Then her voice answered, soft and gentle, the way she always spoke to me when she was tucking me in. I could not hear the words, but I knew she was speaking to it, whatever it was. They talked for what felt like hours, low and quiet and calm, like two old friends passing secrets. When morning came, everything felt different. The air in the house was heavier. My mom looked tired, more than usual. Her eyes were red, and her smile seemed forced. She made breakfast, but her hands trembled when she poured the orange juice. I asked her if she was feeling okay, and she smiled and said she just did not sleep well. That was all. I did not ask anything else. That day I started planning. I needed to find a way to stay out of my room, for good. I knew she would not let me sleep on the couch every night, but maybe I could convince her to let me move my bed into the living room. Or maybe I could fake being sick and sleep at a friend's house. anything to get away. But I never got the chance. A few weeks after I turned 11, my mom told me she had a surprise for me. She sat me down at the kitchen table and said I was old enough now, old enough to have some privacy. Then she handed me a little brass key and pointed to the hallway. It was for my bedroom door. She told me it was important to learn responsibility, that locking my door at night would help me feel more grown up. I nodded and thanked her, trying to hide the way my hands shook. That night I locked the door. It was the first time in years I had felt even a little bit safe. I still lay awake, listening, but she did not come in. I did not hear the door creak open. I did not hear her crawl across the floor. No tapping, no breathing, just silence. The next night was the same, and the next, after almost 5 years of her crawling under my bed, it just stopped. She stopped. I should have felt better. I should have been relieved, but I was not. I was scared. Scared of what changed. Scared of why she suddenly stopped after all that time. Part of me wondered if she had been waiting for me to reach a certain age, if the key meant something more than privacy, if locking her out was exactly what she wanted. Still, I used it, every night. I locked my door, curled up in bed, and waited for morning. I never heard her again. I never saw her face at the foot of the bed, but I never forgot. The distance between us started to grow. I still loved her. I still said thank you and hugged her and helped clean up after dinner. But I kept my door locked every night, and she never asked why. It was like we had made some unspoken agreement. She stayed out, and I pretended not to notice. Years passed. The fear dulled, but it never left. I stopped thinking about it every day, but certain things would bring it back. A creak in the floor, a whisper too quiet to understand. The sound of tapping in a song on the radio, and always at night, when the house was quiet and the lights were off, I would wonder if she was still there, just on the other side of the door, waiting. I never told anyone. Not friends, not teachers, not even the girl I dated in high school. It stayed locked inside me, just like my bedroom door. Just like the part of me that still woke up sometimes in the middle of the night, expecting to see her face staring up from the foot of the bed. And even though she never came back into my room, I still heard her sometimes. Walking down the hallway after I had gone to bed. Stopping at my door. Waiting. But she never tried to come in again. She never had to. Time has a way of dulling things. After I turned 12, the fear that once lived in my chest every night began to fade into something else. It did not go away, not really, but it changed. It became a scar I carried quietly, a story I never told. I locked my bedroom door every night until I moved out at 18. I never saw her under the bed again, never heard her tapping. But I always felt the weight of it, like something had happened to me that I was not supposed to remember, but could never quite forget. My mom stayed the same in a lot of ways. She worked hard, cooked, smiled when she was tired, and kissed me on the cheek when I left for school. She bought me a used car when I graduated, and cried when I drove off to college. I told myself she had gotten better. That maybe it had all been some kind of episode, a period of mental illness she had recovered from without ever admitting it. Or maybe I was the one who had imagined it, crafted some twisted fantasy in the mind of a lonely, scared child. I believed that for a long time. I had to. I went years without thinking about the tapping or the giggle or the way she whispered to someone I never saw. I went years pretending I had grown up in a house just like everyone else, quiet, normal, safe. She got sick when I was 21. She called me one afternoon and said the doctors had found something. At first, she made it sound like no big deal. Just a shadow on a scan, just a precaution. But within a few months, the truth became impossible to ignore. It was cancer, the kind that spreads fast, the kind that steals your breath before you know what is happening. I moved back home to take care of her. The house had not changed much. The same peeling linoleum in the kitchen, the same faint scent of cinnamon from the candles she always liked. My old room was still the same too, same bed, same worn-out desk. I did not sleep there. I slept on the couch, claiming the bed hurt my back. She never pushed me on it. During the day, she was quiet, sometimes confused, sometimes sharp and clear. She would drift in and out of sleep while I cleaned, cooked, read to her. The medications dulled her. There were moments she did not know where she was, moments where she would stare down the hallway and whisper things I could not understand. One night, I sat by her bed while she slept. The room was dim, lit only by the lamp in the corner. She had been out of it for hours, her breathing slow and shallow. I was reading, not really focused, just turning pages to stay awake. Then I felt her hand wrap around my wrist. Her grip was surprisingly strong. Her eyes were open, locked on mine. For a second I could not breathe. Her voice was hoarse, but her words were clear. "I kept you safe, you know. You were never alone at night." I stared at her, waiting for more, but she closed her eyes and drifted off again like nothing had happened. I sat there for a long time, staring at the wall, those words echoing over and over again. "I kept you safe. You were never alone." The next morning, she did not remember saying anything. She barely remembered me being there at all. I wanted to ask what she meant, to push her, but I could not bring myself to do it. It felt like opening a door that had been locked for too long. A week later, she passed away in her sleep. The funeral was small, a few co-workers, some neighbors. I stood at the front, gave a short speech, thanked everyone for coming. People said all the things people say, that she was kind, that she worked hard, that she loved me, and she did. I never doubted that. Even in the darkest nights, when I was too scared to move under the covers, I never doubted that she loved me. I just did not understand what kind of love it was. After everything was settled, I came back to the house, alone this time. I had taken time off work, told myself I needed a few days to clean, to sort through her things, to process everything. But really, I just needed to be there. I needed to walk through the rooms one more time, to face it. It was late when I stepped into my old bedroom. I had not opened the door since she passed. The air smelled faintly of dust and old linen. Everything was just as I remembered. The bed, the small dresser, the little glow-in-the-dark stars, still stuck to the ceiling. I sat down on the mattress, feeling it creak beneath my weight. My heart was pounding. I did not know what I expected. Nothing, maybe, or something, anything. I looked down at the floor. The wooden boards still had the faint scuffs from where she used to crawl. I ran my fingers along the edge of the mattress, feeling suddenly small again. I lay back slowly, eyes on the ceiling, listening to the quiet. And then I heard it. 3 soft taps, then 2, then 4. I sat up so fast the room spun. I stared at the bed, at the floor, at the shadows under the dresser. Nothing. No movement, no breathing, just silence. But I knew what I had heard. I lowered myself back onto the bed, slowly, carefully, the way you do when you are trying not to wake something. I waited, holding my breath. Another pattern, slower this time. Tap, tap, pause, tap, tap, tap. The sound came from directly beneath me. I wanted to run, I wanted to scream, but I did not move. Something in me would not let me. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, every muscle tense. Then, after a long moment, I heard a voice. Not loud, not angry, just soft, familiar. "You are safe." It sounded like her, almost, but not quite, like someone wearing her voice. I stayed there all night. I did not sleep. I did not move. I just lay still, listening, heart racing. When morning came, the tapping stopped. The house was silent again. I packed a few things and left that day. I have not been back since. But sometimes at night, when everything is quiet and I am lying in bed alone, I swear I can still hear it. 3 taps, then 2, then 4. And I wonder if she is still keeping me safe, or if she is just waiting for me to let her back in.